I rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal for how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fans on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who we caught up in using what I was scarred with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawing. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena Horne. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, outcasted like hey ya.
Yo, party people in the place to be. What's good? It's the #1 Chief Rock Knicks University main man, Uncle Freezie, and welcome to the Knicks Morning Drive. Y'all want this party started right. Y'all want this party started quickly, right? What's good, party people? What's good? What's good? What's good? Welcome to the premier Knicks morning show. I'm your main man, Uncle Freezie, rocking the spot. Good mornings, good mornings, good mornings. Welcome to all of you guys that are at your cubicle doing what it is that you do. I hope your coffee is extra hot and tasty. Welcome to all of our people that work third shift that are coming into the cribbo, you know what I'm saying, relaxing, looking to, you know what I'm saying, looking to wind down, you know what I'm saying, with some Knicks talk before they lay it down like a do-rag in some grease. We are going to talk some Knicks talk the way that y'all like to have that Knicks talk to y'all. What's good? What is good? What's good, y'all? What's good? So, of course, per the usual, I have a few topics lined up for us to discuss. Wait a minute. You want to be okay? Let me. Oh, the producer coming through to bring. Let me do this. Thank you. Thank you. The producer don't like being on camera, y'all. That's hilarious. Yo, that's hilarious. But it is what it is. Hey, Travel Vibes is in the building. David L, what's good? I see you. Allah Wise is in the building. Peace, peace, peace to the saint. Jay Giant is in the building. What's happening? What's good, y'all? I want to talk about a few things, but there is a topic I feel like I need to discuss first. Right? There's a topic I feel like I need to discuss first, right? And the thing about that is I don't really like really getting into it, but since since there is a prevailing thing going about. Let's talk about it, man. How do y'all feel about these trade rumors that never go away? How do y'all feel about the perpetual? Cam Goldberg in the building. Anthony D was good. Him is in the building. I see y'all, man. I see y'all. How do y'all feel about the perpetual cycle of trade rumors? How do y'all feel about the perpetual cycle of trade rumors, man? I got caught up in it yesterday with the crew from the 718 boys. I got caught up in it yesterday with some conversation about trade rumors and stuff. I generally, man, at this point, man, I really don't see an avenue where the Knicks can improve via trade, even though they have a surplus of riches to improve via trade. So I know that sounds like double talk, but before we assume that it's double talk, listen to what I'm saying. Basically, what I'm saying is I think we got the assets to do it. I just don't think that there's a target out there worth going after. Basically, that's what I'm saying. Like I'm not saying I'm not double talking or sidestepping, right? I'm not, you know what I'm saying? I'm not, chefing it up. But what I'm saying is I think that window of the Knicks going after a guy has closed. Right? Because now, and this is just my opinion, right? Now there are no guys out there really worth all the resources that we have available. Are we really going to trade 3 unprotected first round picks for OG Anunoby? And so what I'm asking you is, who in the world is OG Anunoby? Cam Goldberg says the Knicks, I think, will sign someone in free agency this summer instead of a trade. Yeah. DG says the Knicks may have to wait until next year to trade. That may be the case, but my thought was, if we've been preparing for this moment for 3 years, then why not take advantage? Why not strike while the iron is hot? And so since we did not strike, right? Since we did not strike while the iron is hot, it puts us in a case where we have the resources to make a move, but now the move may not be there, right? Because Joel Embiid, let me speak to Joel Embiid and Karl Anthony Towns just really quickly. Let me speak to Joel Embiid and Karl Anthony Towns really quickly. I think they're both just about the same player, except Joel Embiid gets more shots, takes more shots, and his defense is better at times. But I think all the labels that you can put on Karl Anthony Towns, you can also put those labels on Joel Embiid. Every label that you put on Karl Anthony Towns, you could slap the same label on Joel Embiid. Every time somebody says Karl Anthony Towns doesn't show up in the playoffs, I'm thinking, when's the last time I saw Joel Embiid show up in the playoffs? Every time. When's the last time we did not see Joel Embiid crying to the refs? Every time we say Karl Anthony Towns is injury prone, is always hurt, when's the last time you saw Joel Embiid play 82 games fully healthy? So for my money, whatever you were going to pay for, and I understand that Joel Embiid is the league MVP, and Joel Embiid is a great shooting big man. He's not a better shooting big man than Karl Anthony Towns. We got to stop right there. Karl Anthony Towns is probably the best shooting big man that the league has ever seen. And for that reason, he gets labeled as soft. Any big man that likes to shoot and fades away, we call him soft. Look at what they call DeAndre Ayton. DeAndre Ayton was traded because he's a jump shooting big man. Trade rumors. And listen, and the thing about where we are, man, is it nippy in here? Is it just me? Is it nippy? Is it nippy where y'all are? Somebody help me out. Is it nippy where y'all are? Is it a little Octoberish where y'all are? It's a little nippy in this room, man. I might have to go. I probably have to borrow Anthony D fur coat and put on in here, man. I may have to borrow Anthony D's mink coat and put on to do the show. But yeah, the trade rumor thing is out of control when it comes to the Knicks. And it seems like every time we catch a break from trade rumors for a little while, right? Every time we get a break from trade rumors for a little while, all of a sudden, they're back. They just won't dissipate. They just won't dissipate, and they just won't go away. It just won't vanish. And so if you're a Knicks fan right now, are you at that stage where you're tired and frustrated with trade rumors? When is enough enough? When is enough enough? When is enough enough for trade rumors and such? When is it? When are we going to get to the point where we can have a day, a week, a month, a year when Knicks fans can just talk about basketball? Are we ever going to get to the point where we can just talk about basketball, not talking about the front office, not talking about the coaching staff, not talking about trade rumors, just talk about what's happening on the court? All right, so David L says, facts AD, don't play center much. Same for Cat. Cat has Rudy Gobert, the real reason. And the thing is, but here's the thing with Cat though that people don't think about. For one, Karl Anthony Towns is not built to guard modern NBA center power forwards. Modern NBA power forwards look like Jason Tatum. Jason Tatum is about 6'9", 210, 215, something like that. According to what he says. I saw the Rising Superstars thing. They had him on it. Jason Tatum calls himself 6'9", 6'10". That's what he called himself, 6'9", 6'10". That's what he called himself. Right? Karl Anthony Towns is 6'11", 7 foot, 238, 240. He's not guarding power forwards on the wing, right? Karl Anthony Towns is not, can't, and listen, when I say this, it's going to sound laughable, right? But it is what it is. But Karl Anthony Towns at his size is not built to guard Harrison Barnes, to guard Draymond Green. If you think Julius Randle at 6'8", 250 takes plays off at power forward on defense, imagine having a 7-footer, a 7-foot 250 guy doing it. If you get Karl Anthony Towns, it's solely for him to play center. The other thing I want to point out really quickly is, as if you guys are knowledgeable basketball fans first, Knicks fans second, and that's who I think you are. I think you guys are knowledgeable basketball fans first, right? That's who you are. You are knowledgeable, passionate basketball fans first. Even if you loved the Knicks first, doesn't mean that is where your passion lies. Because a lot of you guys hoop, a lot of you guys play basketball, a lot of you guys will watch playoff basketball even if the Knicks aren't playing, because you love basketball and you're knowledgeable, right? So my thing is, if you're a knowledgeable basketball fan, you understand that if you keep Mitchell Robinson and trade Randle, the same things that stopped Randle from thriving are going to be the same issues that stop whatever power forward you go get. You could go get Jason Tatum right now, right? You can go get Jason Tatum right now, trade Jason Tatum for Julius Randle, and when Jason Tatum gets here, the paint is still going to be clogged up because RJ Barrett can't shoot and Mitchell Robinson plays in the paint. No disrespect to RJ Barrett, because he's an awesome basketball player. But the things that hinders Randle is going to hinder any powerful. Listen, you can trade Randle, and I know this is going to be a stretch, but you can trade Randle for Giannis, right? And the same thing that stopped Randle is going to prevent Giannis. How is Giannis going to get to the paint when RJ can't shoot and Mitch clogs the paint? And then think about the things that are around Giannis right now. Giannis has Chris Middleton, who's a pretty effective scorer. So defenses have to stay honest on Chris Middleton. And Brook Lopez is a stretch 5 with high defensive upside. White Falcon is in the building. Salute to the GOAT. Hey, can we start calling you White Goat 44? When you start calling that man White Goat 44, that man pounded the table for Paul George for 2 straight years. So when we talk about the trade rumors, when we talk about trade rumors and things, when we talk about trade rumors and things of that sort, man, the main thing that we should take into account is the source and the environment. Let me see. Did we get another White Falcon comment? Let me see. Blue Tears, ours is large. Okay, salute, 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 salute. Oh, Keith Turner's in the building. Keith Turner, what's good? Keith Turner says, there's a reason it's called trade rumors. Exactly, boss. Exactly, boss hog. Yeah, man. That's exactly why it's called trade rumors, right? That's exactly why they call it trade rumors. There it is. No matter who, you have to consider the source and the environment in which things are said. I think the rumor was Steph Bondy mentioned that the Knicks are monitoring Karl-Anthony Towns. First of all, so shout out to Steph Bondy for one. Shout out to Steph Bondy. Two, what the hell does monitoring mean? Because in my opinion, monitoring should be every front office's job. Monitoring is what all front offices do, right? Is that not accurate? Paying attention to seeing what's out there, right? That's what every front office should be doing. So that's like going outside and saying, yeah, I went outside and there was air out there. Yeah, there was air also inside too. So when I hear the term monitoring a situation, it doesn't necessarily move me one way or the other, because that's what all front offices are doing anyway. Hey, Andrew College, I'm gonna start this comment, right? Because I'm gonna come back to it. I'm gonna come back to this comment, right? Because you know what? I'm gonna talk about it right after trade rumors. I have 4 other topics that I want to talk about after this. So here's my thing. Here's the thing that I want you guys to tell me, right? Here's the thing I want you guys to tell me. What trade rumor are you looking for? What trade are you looking for as a Knicks fan? What trade are you looking for as a Knicks fan? It don't have to be a player. Tell me where you want to upgrade or what player you want to bring in. And don't be shy with it. It's just a conversation. When I get with you guys, when I do the thing, man, I don't do that. You know how some people will be like, yo, son, I keep receipts. Man, I don't listen. Life is short, man. We ain't got time for no. I don't have time for like the trivial stuff like receipts. Yo, I keep receipts, man. Yo, such and such. Yeah, some things. As an older man, as a man in his 50s, I will tell you this. Some things that I say in my 50s, or some things I said in my 30s, I didn't say anymore in my 40s. Right? Some things that I said in my 40s, I don't say in my 50s, man. Some things I said in my 20s, I don't say I don't say those things anymore. Right? So y'all tell me what y'all think. What trade do you want to see? What trade rumor do you want to see? What position, what upgrade do you want to see? And it doesn't have to be a major, it could be something minor. Every at bat doesn't have to be to equal a home run. We don't have to take the Pete Alonso approach. Every swing of the bat shouldn't be for the fences. Right? Every at bat that we take, we don't have to be Reggie Jackson out here. Right? It could be something as slight as, hey, I really want to upgrade the power forward position off the bench. It could be that, if that's how you feel. If that's how you feel. If that's how you feel. If it's a minor thing, just say it. If it's a major thing, just say it. You know, we occupy a judgment-free, bully-free zone. This is about conversations. I'm legit want to hear what you guys have to say. And I know you guys tune in to hear what I have to say, and I appreciate that. Right? I know you guys tune into the channel to hear what I have to say. Right? And I generally have a lot of things to say. I generally keep some things though, because I like the conversation. South Brooklyn says upgrade the starting shooting guard. Upgrade the starting shooting guard. White Falcon says we upgraded with chemistry. We are fine. Start Fournier at small forward. Put RJ back at shooting guard. This is it. If Fournier stops dribbling and do more catch and shoot, we should be fine. Billy Gold says, yes, trade mentioned quickly for Towns. There aren't enough minutes for all the guards we have. Okay. 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 When it comes to like the trade rumors and such, if there is one, and Billy Gold says Dante D is as good as quickly. Yeah, I want to get to that too. I do want to have that conversation, right? I do want to have that conversation, but I think it's not about Dante and Quickly though. I think it's about Dante and Quickly's defense being better than Quentin Grimes' defense. And I'm not talking, and I'm not being disrespectful to Grimes. Y'all already know how I feel about Grimes. I feel like Quentin Grimes is gonna eventually have a Paul George, Kawhi Leonard type impact. At least that's what it feels like. And I'm talking about on this team. I'm not talking about across the league, right? I'm talking about on this team, not around the league. I'm not saying Quentin Grimes is going to be a top 10 player, What I'm saying is how they impact the Clippers and how they impacted their teams, Toronto, OKC, Indiana, San Antonio. I think that's where Grimes is headed. I think that's where Grimes is headed, right? I think that's where he's headed. Now, the only two people that can stop Quentin Grimes from getting there are the people you know. The first one is Quentin Grimes, and the second one is Tom Thibodeau. And Billy Gold says Towns was an all-star at center for years. Yes, he was. He was an all-star at center for years. He made the move to power forward. It looked kind of clunky. 2 7-footers playing together in today's NBA. Yeah, it does. It does look clunky. Yeah, at times. Because even though Rudy Gobert is a really good athlete for his size, he can't dribble, pass, and shoot. So when Cat is on his way to the rim, what is Rudy Gobert doing? Clogging up the paint. Clogging up the paint. That's just what it is. So here's the thing also too. One of the things that I also wanna get back to. I just want to touch on this briefly. This right here just reminds me of my borderline hatred for Jeff Van Gundy. This reminds me of my borderline hatred for Jeff Van Gundy. And I know I should be more mature, but I'm also a human being. I'm human. One of my favorite, or two of my favorite non-Knicks players of all time, right? I don't root for other teams. I don't. And I don't even root for other teams' players, but I respect certain players, right? And two of the players that I respect are Yao Ming, Ming Yao, and Tracy McGrady. It's probably because me and Tracy McGrady have the same type of eyes. Me, Tracy McGrady, and RJ Barrett all have the same type of eyes. That's probably why. Rich Boy is in the building. You feel me? Like one of the things about the league is the older you get, the more you start to respect certain players, right? And I respected Yao Ming, right? Yao Ming into the league at the end of the golden era of big men, right? So the golden era of big men was over for about 2 or 3 years, and then Yao Ming appears from out of nowhere. Yao Ming burst onto the scene just like Victor Wembanyama. Right? You heard these rumors and you saw this kid and you were like, yeah. So my thing is with Jeff Van Gundy. My thing is with Jeff Van Gundy is for a guy that quits, he's awfully opinionated. And to me, that comes off very non-New Yorkish. I'm gonna change something here because I want Jeff Van Gundy to see this so that he won't think I'm just picking on him. Hold on. I want Jeff Van Gundy to know that I'm not picking on him. Jeff Van Gundy, I'm not picking on you, bro. I just think you a sucker. I just think Jeff Van Gundy is a sucker, right? Jeff Van Gundy quit on the Knicks. Jeff Van Gundy quit on the Rockets. Jeff Van Gundy was the reason why the Knicks did not get Phil Jackson when Phil Jackson left Chicago. If Jeff Van Gundy just quit like we knew he would, or like we felt he would, that 2000 Lakers era might have been the 2000 Knicks era. But maybe we'll ask Anthony D to do a what if on that. Phil Jackson resigns or leaves or whatever he does in Chicago, steps away from the Chicago job. The Knicks are courting their former championship backup power forward to come in and coach the Knicks. He had already won 6 championships with Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, and we expected Phil Jackson to come to the Knicks and somehow win championships with Allen Houston and Latrell Sprewell. Maybe, maybe not. But Phil Jackson showing class and respect didn't talk the New York coaching job because the New York Knicks already had a coach. His name was Jeff Van Gundy. So we miss out on Phil Jackson, and Phil, you know, later on we'll bring Phil back past his prime. We beg him to come back to save the franchise. He was already past his prime. But in 1999, Phil Jackson would go on to win 5 championships, 6 appearances with the Los Angeles Lakers, who he had no ties with except dating somebody out of the front office, out of the ownership. So we don't get Phil. Phil goes on to lead the Lakers, to start leading the Lakers into a dynasty, and then Jeff Van Gundy quits. So not only do we not get Phil Jackson, we also don't get Jeff Van Gundy. For those that remember back that far, Phil Jackson was 90% here, except the coach. Except we had a coach. He was an assistant coach under Pat Riley. He came, he was occupying the spot. So y'all know how it is. Y'all know how it is, man. It's you don't want to overstep. You don't want to disrespect the current guy. You don't want to be like, yeah, I want that job. And then, before you know it, you look like the dude that got somebody fired. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to be that guy. But then Phil takes the Lakers job, and then Jeff Van Gundy quit. Jeff Van Gundy owes the Knicks 5 championships. I know that seems random. That's a stretch, but that's how I feel about. And the thing about it is I understand that I'm a crazy Knicks fan. I'm bizarre. I'm off kilter when it comes to the Knicks. I understand that, man. Listen, y'all are too. Some of y'all are too. Some of y'all are too. Some of y'all are like, when it comes to the Knicks, we are offset. Christmas time, we're getting Knicks hoodies and Knicks hats and all that. And I'm not going to get into that. I just want to get into the Jeff Van Gundy to the Celtics thing, right? So Jeff Van Gundy loses his job. That's unfortunate. You never want anybody to lose their job, right? Right. You don't want anybody to lose their job. But Jeff Van Gundy loses his job at the Mouse. The Mouse runs everything, basically. The Mouse, Elon Musk, and Jeff Bezos, they run everything, right? So if you work for one of them, you never know what's going to happen, right? But the thing is this. Jeff Van Gundy leaves, and then all of a sudden, he's hanging around the Knicks. There's proof. Jeff Van Gundy was at Knicks training camp. So Jeff Van Gundy is at Knicks training camp with the dude that he criticized for years, right? Standing next to Tom Thibodeau, right? Insert your hey, somebody tell me how karma is a beat. Somebody put in the chat, somebody put a soap opera title. Somebody put a soap opera title. Somebody put a soap opera title in the chat, right? About how karma is a B. You criticize that man and then you get fired. And then the first thing, who can you run to? Who can I run to? Straight to Tom Thibodeau. You at Knicks training camp. You at Knicks. I saw the picture of those two together. Ivory 10 is in the building. What's good, boss man? So Jeff Van Gundy is at Knicks training camp. Jeff Van Gundy is at Knicks training camp with Tom Thibodeau. So Jeff Van Gundy is mingling with Knicks players and personnel and executives, right? He's at camp with the Knicks. And before you know it, this dude takes a job with the Celtics, knowing that he had been at training camp with the Knicks for a week or two. So Jeff Van Gundy is beside his mans. He gave Tom Thibodeau a shot. They are besties for years. He's in training camp in South Carolina, where I live, with Tom Thibodeau, right? Mingling with the players. And then takes a job as a consultant with the Celtics. And Anthony D, who loves Jeff Van Gundy, by the way, is going to tell me that these two things don't line up. And Anthony D, I'm absolutely with you. These two things do not line up. You know what? I personally, right? I personally believe in some sort of loyalty. I believe in some type of loyalty, right? Like me, like for instance, me and Anthony D rock every Sunday morning. If I miss a couple of shows, right? Anthony D would be like, "Yo, Uncle Freezie, where you at?" You know what I'm saying? I'd be like, "Yeah, I'm a man." Anthony D ain't gonna cop an attitude like, "Yo, Uncle Freezie missed a couple of shows, man. He must be thinking about going to uh uh who's friendly? I need to name I need a friendly Knicks channel. Nick of Time show. Somebody that's friends with us, right? Anthony D ain't gonna be like, "Yo, Uncle Freezie must be trying to get a job at Nick of Time show." You know what I'm saying? Nah, that's not how it works. Shout out to them brothers at Nick of Time show, right? The thing with Jeff Van Gundy, why it always is a splinter in my hand, why Jeff Van Gundy is always a rock in my shoe, is because he always his exits always look funny. Right? Like you don't know what the story is, what the intent is, or whatever it is, but his exits always look funny. Right? Why are we always like, yo, why does Jeff Van Gundy's exits always look funny? Look, like, so for instance, I saw somebody's comment, like, oh, building blocks. Yeah, I saw building blocks comment. Yo, if New York didn't want to rehire him, why should he stay jobless? You don't know that the Knicks didn't try to rehire him. You're assuming that the Knicks didn't want to rehire him. If the Knicks had no interest in Jeff Van Gundy, they would have kept him away from the team. Why would you let Jeff Van Gundy come around if you don't want him around? We can't assume these things. Like, we can't assume that the Knicks didn't want Jeff Van Gundy around the franchise in some capacity. Mark Jackson is here in some capacity. Right? You can't assume that Jeff Van Gundy, that we didn't want Jeff Van Gundy around in some capacity. You can't assume that. Because if the Knicks, trust me, if the Knicks organization doesn't want you around, guess what? You are not going to be around. Ask Charles Oakley. If they don't want you around, bro, you ain't going to be around, period. Ask them lawyers that was talking trash about Randle family. Ask them lawyers that was talking trash about Randle family. If they don't want you around, you ain't going to be around, period. That's just what it is. That's just what it is, man. My thing with Jeff Van Gundy, the reason why is it always seems like he seems weaselly to me. Bronx Mel is in the building. What's good? What's good? Donnie D is in the building. Oh boy, golly, why y'all be putting these hardcore comments in the chat, bro? Why y'all be putting these hardcore comments in the chat, bro? Ed Winning is in the building. Dang, y'all be putting it. Okay, I appreciate y'all driving the conversation. Let me get back. I'm gonna get back to. Martinez says maybe it wasn't to the capacity he wanted, which furthers my point of my awareness about Jeff Van Gundy. Building Blocks and Martinez be putting these hard comments in the chat. They be drive the conversation, but it make you think at the same time. I just don't like the dude. I just don't like the dude, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't like him being around. I don't like him talking Knicks. Keeping it a stack. I don't like Jeff Van Gundy around. I know that's disrespectful to Jeff Van Gundy, but I'm a Knicks fan, man. I'm a Knicks fan. And I always believe when it comes to dudes like Jeff Van Gundy, where there's smoke, there's fire. Mark Jackson is a part of the Knicks family, right? Mark Jackson's a part of the Knicks family. Jeff Van Gundy just seems Weasley to me. And I don't know that man. I've never seen that man. I've never been close to that man a day in my life. But I've been a Knicks fan for 50 years. Andrew Collinsay got me heated about Jeff Van Gundy. Good job, Andrew Collinsay. Got me crispy. Yeah, that man got me toasty about Jeff Van Gundy. Gaston, go. That's my old dog, man. I think he got what you call it? What you call it when you got the cold in your throat? Sinuses. My dog got sinuses. Money the Great says the organization has not made our players better. It seems they're coming out doing the same thing like the 3 years before. The only reason that quickly is getting attention, he shoots. Okay. All right. Justo11 says if RJ takes that step up, 65 wins may be the ceiling. Let's talk about that really quick. Let's talk about that. Let me see. Yeah. Okay. All right. So it's not showing the way I want it to. So they're not showing the way that I want to. Give me a second. I have some stuff I want to put on the screen. So I'm just going to go back in, and I think what happened is when I changed the camera view, something happened. So I have a RJ one. Here we go. Since we're talking about RJ, let's do it. If RJ takes that step, 65 wins may be the ceiling. Let's think about that. But before we take a deep dive into RJ, pause. Before we take a deep dive into the RJ topic, let's think about this. Before we take a deep dive into the RJ topic, let's think about this. me put it. Okay, there we go. Let's do it this way. Before we take a deep dive into the RJ topic, the first thing we need to establish is, what is that step? What is that step? What is that step? Where is that place? And Justo11, thank you for the generous contribution, brother. Thank you for that. What is that step that you want the Knicks, that you want Barrett to get to? What is that step? What is RJ Barrett's ceiling, and how does RJ Barrett get to that by taking the incremental steps? What step is that you want RJ Barrett to take? If RJ Barrett takes the next step, what step is that? What step is that you want RJ to take? Somebody put that in the chat, because I'm lost to what that step is. I know what I want RJ Barrett's ceiling to be, right? But I don't know how RJ gets to that ceiling. I think RJ Barrett's ceiling I know this is going to sound odd. This is going to sound odd, right? Damn near peculiar, but listen. Yo, AC is in the building. Antisocial is in the building. Hey, thank you for holding us down on social media, brother. Appreciate you. Yo, y'all show some love for Antisocial, man. Put some love for AC in the chat, man. He holding us down on Twitter, man. Appreciate that Twitter love, bro. That's how the channel keep growing. Cats like AC be holding us down at every time. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to AC for being part of the family, man, holding us down everywhere. So I'm going to tell y'all what I think that man's ceiling is, right? What I think that man's ceiling is great defender, great playmaker, great scorer, and great team leader. I think RJ Barrett can be a top 30 NBA player. That's his ceiling. To me, I think RJ Barrett's ceiling is better than Jimmy Butler. Wherever Jimmy Butler is, I think RJ Barrett's ceiling is better than that. That's what I think his ceiling is. Right? I think his floor, though, is Justice Winslow, Stanley Johnson. You feel me? I think RJ's potential is so wide and cavernous, right? I think it's so wide and cavernous, he's in there somewhere. Like RJ Barrett, if Jimmy Butler is here, notice that's off the screen, off the charts. His floor is somewhere here, notice it's off the screen, off the charts. right? But in order for RJ to get there, it takes years and years and years and years and years of grinding to be that. Now, mind you, Jimmy Butler didn't get to who he was until he was about 28. Jimmy Butler was a rookie at 23. RJ Barrett turned 23 in June. Here's my consternation. Here's my consternation with you, RJ Barrett. We've been waiting a long time, brother. And for us to consider waiting 5 more years for you to be Jimmy Butler, that means we would have waited 9 seasons for you to become Jimmy Butler. Is it worth it as a Knicks fan? Boulevard 73 is in the building. Keith Turner says, RJ will never be a good defender. Did you not see him against the Wolves? Yeah, I watched the Wolves game. What I'm going to say to you, Keith Turner, is this. I know basketball, bro. I know basketball. While most Knicks fans are watching Power and all this stuff, they watching Stars and Netflix and all that stuff. I'm watching film breakdown. While people out here watching rap battles and on social media following Jada Pinkett Smith and feeling sorry for Will Smith and while people are outside smoking Newports and while people are at the club drinking, I'm watching film breakdown. It's what I like. That's what I like to do. While people are shopping online and all that stuff, I'm watching film breakdown. It's what I like to do. And when I watch RJ Barrett, right, I see RJ Barrett and others learning how to play in Tom Thibodeau's new defensive system, right? So when we say RJ Barrett struggles in a certain thing, we got to relax. We got to relax. Right? Like while some people are while some people are watching the Giants lose or watching the Jets beat the Eagles and all that stuff, I'm watching film breakdown. That's what I do. That's why I know. That's how I know that kid Evan Neal. That's how I know that kid Evan Neal from the Giants is a pretty good football player in a bad situation. It's how I know that Daniel Jones is a scrub. Right? It's how I know that the Knicks are going to have an elite defense this season. That's how I know that RJ Barrett is not a bad defender. RJ Barrett is a decent to good defender and a new system with different personnel in it. It's how I know that even though Deuce McBride looked bad defensively against the Timberwolves, I know he's a good defender. Because if you say RJ looked bad against the Wolves, who looked worse, him or Deuce McBride? And is Deuce McBride a bad defender? Andrew Collier, is Deuce McBride a bad defender? And if y'all watching, ain't nothing between me and Keith Turner. That's my dog. Y'all know that's just how I talk. I try not to y'all. That's just how I talk. Like I shoot it straight to those that like to have stuff. You know what I'm saying? They like straight shooters. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not a crooked talker. I don't do that. Like those that have been around me personally, that y'all had that legit that have been around me, y'all know how I am. I respect y'all so much. I just shoot it to you straight all the time. So there's like no guessing about, you know what I'm saying? Ain't none of that. Keith Turner's my guy. That's why I always defend him. I'm always defending Keith Turner. Always. Always. That's my guy right there. Justo11, thank you for the generous contribution. Justo says 6 guys in the NBA top 100 means the team is great. Right. Yep. Yep. Dope Soul Sports Talk. Okay. Dope Soul Sports and Knicks Talk. Okay. Name changes. Okay. Name changes. Okay. I see you. Dope Soul Sports and Knicks Talk says listening while in my wow. Hey, Queen B must hit the lottery. She got, was you in a carriage or something? Queen B must be in a carriage. Cinderella, you in a carriage. You got dudes walking, carrying doing the carriage. Salute to my girl, man. Salute to my girl. Those Souls Sports and Knicks Talk. Salute. Hey, that's my people right there. Yeah. Dope Soul Sports and Knicks Talk says on my walk, LOL. Yeah. She probably got a carriage. Probably got some 7-foot dudes pulling the thing while she's sitting in the carriage. You know what I'm saying? Dictating notes to somebody. Send an email to Uncle Freezie. Hey, salute to my people, man. You know, I'm joking. But the RJ Barrett defense thing, we got to just relax just a tiny bit on RJ Barrett defense, because there were some plays against Minnesota, some blown defensive assignments that you saw Tibbs just couldn't take it. He's about to have a meltdown. I don't blame him. I don't blame him. Right? At the same time, Tibbs, it's preseason. You got to relax, bro. It's preseason, Tibbs. You got to relax, man. Come on. Get these dudes a break. Tibbs I hate having meltdowns about stuff. You got to relax, Tibbs. You got to relax. Tibbs, you got to relax, bro. So my thing with RJ is, I think RJ, his ceiling is he can be better than Jimmy Butler. His floor is Stanley Johnson, Justice Winslow, Ruben Patterson. Right? But the thing that frustrates a lot of Knicks fans is Grimes' ceiling may not be as high, but his ceiling definitely is not that low. Right? Quentin Grimes' ceiling to me, and this is just to me, Quentin Grimes' ceiling is probably I gotta relax, because I was gonna say SGA, but it's not. I'm thinking about what combo guard can you compare Quentin Grimes to? In my mind, Quentin Grimes and Jalen Brunson are a combo guard backcourt. I think both are combo guards. And I like that, by the way. I think Quentin Grimes is. Yep. Hey, Wayne P says Keith Bogans. Yeah, I know that's what Tibbs likes, man. Tibbs likes like Tom Thibodeau is a chubby chaser. I know we established that already, right? But I think Grimes is in today's NBA. Who can you compare him to? All right, let me do it. All right, so I think Quentin Grimes' ceiling, his ceiling now, don't know if he'll reach this. If he does, he does. If he doesn't, he doesn't. But I'm going to do a ceiling and a floor. I think that kid's ceiling is Paul George like not Paul George, but Paul George, right? His floor is Courtney Lee. I think this dude's ceiling is a Paul George like shooting guard. A guard that can get you 20 points a game, play elite defense, and shoot the three at a high level. I think his floor is Courtney Lee. Maybe even Damian Dotson. You want me to turn the camera off or you want to come in? Okay, hold on. Okay. Wiz is in the building. Dope Soul Sports and Knicks Talk says to be a combo guard, don't you need to be able to bring the ball up the floor? Yep. Yeah. To be a combo guard, don't you need to be able to initiate in the half court? Yep. Yep. To be a combo guard, don't you need to be able to take your man off the dribble? Yep. Yep. To be a combo guard, don't you need to be able to play all three guard positions? The 1, the 2, and the combo 3 guard and a 3 guard lineup? The substitute guard when either guard goes off the floor? Yep. 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 I think Brunson and Deuce McBride. Thank you, Wiz. Thank you, Wiz, for putting Deuce on my mind. I think Quentin Grimes is better than what he is being used for. Let me put it that way. Deuce. Thank you, Wiz. God dog it. Good morning, Wiz. I think Grimes is a better player than what is being showcased. I think we're sandbagging with Deuce McBride. I mean, God dog it, Wiz. I think we're sandbagging with Quentin Grimes. Bully says Grimes is Charlie Ward. Nah. Charlie Ward wishes he could shoot like Grimes. So y'all are down on Quentin Grimes, right? Grimes' ceiling might be a low-budget Landry Fields. Wow, y'all are down on Grimes, bro. Yo, man, Grimes needs some fans, bro. What are Grimes fans at, bro? We need some people in here that will stand up for Quentin Grimes. Jeez, us. Grimes is a low-budget Landry Fields? Wow. Wayne P asked, so is Tibbs stunning Grimes' development by pigeonholing him in this role? Let me ask y'all this. Preseason or not, when's the last time you saw Quentin Grimes attack a closeout, take it to the rim, and dunk? When's the last time you've seen Quentin Grimes attack a closeout, like be on the three-point line, attack a closeout, put the ball on the floor, take it to the rim, and dunk? And if you've seen Grimes do that, that should eliminate your concerns about Quentin Grimes being a playmaker and understanding his role. If you've seen Quentin Grimes attack a closeout and dunk, right? If you've seen Quentin Grimes attack a closeout from the three-point line and go to the hole hard and dunk, that should eliminate any of your concerns. JJ is in the building. Salute to my guy, JJ. JJ, what's good, bro? I'm going to say this. If you've seen Quentin Grimes aggressive with the basketball recently, then that should eliminate all the other previous concerns. Preseason, whether it's preseason or not, you're still playing against NBA talent, right? Right. Here's the thing. I'll be wanting to Knicks fans to not be hypocritical, because Knicks fans will say, well, RJ Barrett looks like a great great free throw shooter in preseason, and then when you ask them about Quentin Grimes in preseason, they're like, nah, it's just preseason. You got to relax, bro. Don't be hypocritical. You can't use preseason on some stuff and then preseason on other stuff. Where it says, if Obi, Mitch, iHeart, Deuce, Grimes seem underutilized, restricted, pigeonholed, who or what is the cause? It's them. It's themselves. It's themselves. It's themselves. Hey, and Queen says, as soon as you said we're the Grimes supporters, JJ pops in. LOL, what's up, JJ? Yeah, man. I put up the bat signal. for JJ. Right? And Building Block says, didn't he do it against Minnesota? Yes, he did. Did he look natural doing it against Minnesota? Yes, he did. Did he look dominant doing it against Minnesota. Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Let's get it. Y'all be spitting with your flows, I'm just podcasting.
That's right.
On the air every day, I'm just podcasting. You don't know what that mean when I say I'm podcasting. I'm broadcasting these flows with the podcasting. Every day of my life, I'm just podcasting.
Right.
Share my dreams with you, mean I'm podcasting.
What?
You can see my vision through the podcasting.
Yeah.
But don't forget J Boogie when I'm broadcasting.
What?
I'm podcasting,
What?
he's podcasting.
What?
I've been spitting this venom since Karate Flicks. When Mr. Sims was sharing nothing but the Knicks. I guess you know by now, I seen some tough years. Now I know the reason why Freezie got them Blorange Tears. Closest thing to the...
Yo, what's good, boss?
Good morning, top of the AM, top of the week, first day getting it started. What's going on with the people, man? Shout out to you, Freezie, my brother. Keep doing what you're doing, man. It's always necessarily needed. Shout out to the chat, man. Everybody rocking up under this orange and blue. I hear your topic this morning. I hear you talking about it. I hear you opening up some minds this morning about
Trying to
this
be
guy.
positive, bro.
Woo.
Trying to be positive, man. Yeah, it's been so much negativity around, bro. It kind of get draining, bro. So just trying to be positive about these Knicks, bro. Like sometimes you get dragged into these conversations and it wind up being like you're in a dungeon with conversations, like always talking about people deficiencies instead of talking about their efficiencies, man. So I just wanted to kind of start off on the right foot, which is the left foot, the foot closest to your heart. You know what I'm saying? Starting off with that, you know what I'm saying, with some positive talk. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man. Yeah, man. How you doing, brother?
I'm okay, my brother. I'm just going through some personal things right now, but I'm okay. You know, I just came up here, you know what I'm saying, to get my mind clear, get my mind frame going in a different direction. You know what I'm saying? Get some, some podcast love and some New York Knicks love, you know what I'm saying?
For sure.
And just hang out with for a few minutes while these people putting my order together. I don't know what's happening with it. I'm tired of waiting on it. They're gonna make me pull off on them.
Pull off all the way off, bro. Yeah, man. I spoke to RJ Barrett's ceiling and floor. I think RJ Barrett in a few years can be better than Jimmy Butler. At the same time, I think his floor is so low that you got to kind of be careful with him. Like he could end up being a Stanley Johnson type, but I think if we keep the batteries in his back, I think he could be in that upper level of the do-it-all Swiss Army knife type guy. Right. And then at the same time, I said, I think Quentin Grimes is ceiling is a Paul George impact at shooting guard. But if we get the wrong coach in here, he might wind up being Courtney Lee or Damian Dotson. You know what I'm saying? So how do you feel about either player? Which one do you think maybe have the highest ceiling? And there's no disrespect to the other. Whoever you don't choose, ain't no disrespect to them. I'm just asking who you feel like has the highest ceiling.
It's hard to say right now. To me, looking at both of them this year, over the past couple of preseason games, their games are still the same as last season.
Okay.
So I don't know who has a higher ceiling.
Okay.
Right now, I'm more concerned of Grimes right now because Grimes is in a position where he can carry us to a whole nother level. And what I'm seeing for Grimes is still the same thing of last season. Now I know you can shoot. I know you can shoot. But catching and shooting is totally different from you taking shots. And I wanted to see Grimes be a little bit more aggressive. You know, I wanted to see Grimes being able to do different things, putting the ball on the floor, being more aggressive. And he's not showing me that yet. And then you've been working out with JJ Redick, you know, working on shooting the ball or whatever you're doing with JJ. But if Grimes is not going to come in averaging 12 to 14 points per game easily, with potentials of some games, him finishing out with 17, 18 points, then I'm scared. Because I need Grimes to go ahead and take to the next step. Now with RJ, you know, it is what it is with RJ. We're in the 5th season with RJ. And he really hasn't really shown us that he went to that next level. And he's been our baby for too long. So I mean, it is what it is with RJ, but I just really basically I need Grimes to elevate his game. Elevate your game from how you worked out doing this off season, and you was putting that energy and that effort and that work in. You know, all that going to the Olympics and being one of the guys that you practicing against them guys and all that. I need Grimes to come out and be Grimes. You know, so until I get that, be honest with you, I'm gonna say something that's real harsh, but to me it's in that realm. Grimes is just out there. Grimes, if it wasn't for us needing a defensive wing, Grimes would be slightly in the category of what Kevin Knox was doing. Just running and catching and shooting. I need more than that.
What?
Yeah. Just eliminate the thought of us needing a perimeter defensive player, right? Say Grimes can't play no defense, like Kevin Knox. Right. Just like Kevin Knox, no defense. He'd be the same as Kevin Knox. Put the ball on the floor slightly, every now and then a dunk, and shooting trades.
Right.
That's it. So, me personally, I need Grimes to give me more because I want us to get to the next level. And Grimes is one of the ones that can help us get to the next level or keep us in the same level.
Oh, man.
It's championship or bust for me, Freezie. Them guys should be coming in not thinking, yo, we need to beat Miami. Forget Miami. Get Miami off your mind. See, that's what we did when we lost to Atlanta.
Yep.
When we lost to Atlanta in the playoffs, we came back the next season and had only Atlanta on our mind, and we clobbered them all year.
Great point. Great point.
We need to get our mind frame saying, yo, why not us? Why can't we win the Eastern Conference Championship? And if their mind is not that far going into the season, then we're just stuck being the same Knicks.
Wow. Wow, you just blew my mind early on a Monday morning, bro.
Hey, man. Hey, listen, when I wake up in the morning, I'm motivated. I thank the Lord for opening my eyes, you know what I'm saying? Attaching my eyes and giving me life and giving me help. But what's next?
Right.
Because he gave me a chance. What are the choices am I going to make? That's the same thing for the Knicks. You know what I'm saying? You had another off season where you worked out on your game, and now here we are in preseason. What are you going to do as far as your game? What are you going to do to better yourself? That's going to help you better yourself and also going to help better the team and help us win more games and help us accomplish something that we haven't accomplished. I need everybody to be all in, all one, and going all out. All one, all out. And you're not doing that, then we're going to, be, at the end of the season talking like, what happened again.
Right. Wow, you just blew my mind with that, man. I don't know what to say to that, bro. I appreciate that, man. I just never considered him in that category. I felt like I just felt like Kevin Knox was miscast as a Knick. I think he definitely has NBA talent, right? I just think in the early years in his development, miscast. They didn't know what to do with them. In my mind, I felt like instead of them beefing him up and trying to get him closer and closer to the rim, I felt like they should have got him more and more agile to be a small forward shooting guard as opposed to a stretch four. I think that's where they messed up with Kevin Knox. And there's no harm in having a 6'7" shooting guard, bro. There's no harm in that. You know what I'm saying? And all shooting guards don't have to be blazing fast. Every 6'7" shooting guard doesn't have to be Vince Carter. You know, some of them could be Reggie Miller. You know what I'm saying? That was my thing. That was my thing with Knox. I'm not saying Knox is Reggie Miller, but what I'm saying is if you're talking about the archetype, the type of player that you want to build people from day one, when you know he's moldable, when you know Kevin Knox is a baby, when you know that Kevin Knox is not, or Kevin Knox could be anything that you want him to be, from day one, they probably should have had him emphasizing shooting, pin downs, less dribbling, all of that stuff. Focus on the thing that he does best, as opposed to beefing him up and have him tangling, saying, being a tough guy down low, grabbing rebounds and go, and then getting shots. I think that's where they messed up with Kevin Knox. I think where we are with Grimes, though, is Grimes is still that moldable piece of clay also. And if they're molding him into being a bench role player as a starter, I think what they'll get is a bench role player as a starter. You feel me? Like you get like you know how you say, the part that you feed is the part that grow. If you want to grow him into being a role complementary player as opposed to a star level shooting guard, I think that's what you're gonna get. The part that you feed is the part that grow. You know how it is, man. Like when you go out to the garden, you till the soil in one area. What you reap is what you sow. You know what I'm saying? The stuff that you sowed and showed love to and all that stuff is the part that's going to grow. And a few months later, you're going to reap the benefits of that. I think that might be what they're doing with Quentin Grimes. And the sad part to it is he started the season slow last season because of injury and working himself back into the rotation. And even when he did that, he was 45% from the floor, 35% from three, and 80% from the free throw line. After the All-Star break, that man shot 51% from the floor, 45% from three, and 79% from the free throw line, and averaged 14 points a game. You know what I'm saying? What I guess ultimately what I'm getting at is if they invest in Grimes, right? Let him develop, him and quickly, and those guys develop. I think what you'll see is a great finished product in about a year and a half. Yo, we've seen you and I were together in Charlotte, and at the Charlotte game, the blowout, where Quentin Grimes was consistently beating his man off the dribble and then get halfway to the rim and throwing the ball back out to the perimeter because he wouldn't go to the hole, right? And me and Rob the Knick was side by side. We like, yo, why he keep doing that? Why he throwing the ball back out to the perimeter to Isaiah Hartenstein? What is Isaiah Hartenstein going to do with the ball at the three-point line? Why didn't Grimes just go to the rim and try to dunk it? You remember the two times he did go to the rim? The one time he yammed it on Charlotte, and the other time he fouled him at the rim.
Right.
And so the one. So what I'm saying to Grimes is, what's stopping you from going to the rim like that all the time? Is that coaches in his ear like, no, don't do that? Or is he scared to go to the rim? Or I can't figure that out, bro. You know what I'm saying? And just by him doing these things, it's got Jay Boogie on a Monday morning saying that he's in that Knox realm. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, hold on for 1 second.
Okay. And Keith Turner says, but Grimes got to come out of that starting lineup. It's not going to work. I don't know, man. I don't know. And Wiz says, Jay Boogie with the fire takes. So Freezie asks again, whose fault is it that some of our players are underutilized, restricted, or pigeonholed? Wiz, you already know the answer. That's a rhetorical statement, a question. If you know the answer, Wiz, if you know the answer to it, then put it in the chat, because it seems rhetorical to me. I think that's a rhetorical question. Yeah, and shout out to Julian Blum. He says he got 3 ball hogs in front of him. Do the math. Yeah, man. I mean, those guys are aggressive. Those guys are aggressive, right? I think those guys are aggressive because in the NBA you have to be confident and aggressive to be that guy. Confidence is key in the NBA. You can't have a lack of confidence. Because when you look like a non-confident player, you're a chum in the NBA. Right? Yeah, I my thing with Grimes, and my opinion of it is different, and maybe I'm jaded. I'm positive on Grimes. So maybe my opinion on Grimes is jaded, right? So I don't want to be that guy that sounds like Quentin Grimes can do no wrong, but it appeared to me that when Grimes got healthy, when Grimes got healthy, he shot 45% from the floor. And the sample size is like 25 games. It's like 25 games. That man shot 45% from the floor. That's not a small sample size. And the volume, and for those that want to know what the volume is, give me a second. I'll find it for us. Give me a second. The volume is 7 threes a game. So he shot 5 threes a game and shot 35%, and then started taking 7 threes a game and shot 45%. Big fan Breezy is in the building. Salute to them Brooklyn Nets. What's good? What's good? Big fan Breezy is in the building. What's good, man? Y'all, hey, Breezy, y'all coming on later on? Let me know. Put it in the chat. If y'all coming on later on, let me know, man. That way I can put up the bat signal to let everybody know that you rocking. And if I have time, man, I'll come through and hang out with y'all too, if y'all having company. You know what I'm saying? That's you know what I'm saying. Yeah, so Jay Boogie, the Kevin Knox thing, the Kevin Knox thing, bro, that's wow. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I never even thought about that from, you know what I'm saying, just keeping it a stack. I never even went that far with it. I'm in my mind, I'm thinking give them time, you know, to develop. Is there a specific thing that you feel like he needs to do? Does he just need to be more aggressive?
Need to follow the yellow brick road and go see the Wizard of Oz. Because the Scarecrow needed to go get hard. Right?
Oh, I knew you was going there, bro.
You know, he need to go get his heart, dude. You know, he need to get his heart. Because right now, this is like when you say development, all right. How much longer are we going to develop these guys before they're going to have to start showcasing? You're going to have to somehow, some way showcase your own. Like, I can mold you, like you were speaking of art. Maybe Kevin Knox didn't get molded how he needed to get molded. Okay. What happens if the people that's doing the molding right now, they're not around anymore? Say for instance, next year we go come in with a whole new regime. So where does Grimes' game go then? Along with the ones that was molding him? You got to mold your own game sometimes. If they can't tell you, if they can't tell you what they want you to do for them, then sometimes you got to come in and show them what I could do for you.
Okay.
Sometimes you have to be like that, you know. And it's Grimes got to get. I need Grimes to step his. He got all the potential. He got the talent, but I need you to become that. I need you to, and it's hard to say that because some people breed it differently. But I need you to become that dude that worked in that grocery store bagging groceries, that became hungry when he had an opportunity, you know what I'm saying, and took advantage of it. And I ain't comparing him to John Starks, but you in position whereas last year they said, you're going to be the starter. Then this year we had questions about Dante, and Tom came out and said, you're going to be the starter. Dude, when are you going to start protecting yourself from being the starter? Because I'm going to tell you what I see from Dante. Dante is just chilling because he's trying to fit in. In a moment, Dante going to say, I'm going to do me.
Right.
And then what? So I don't know, man. I need more from the squad. I need Julius Randle, and Jalen Brunson are not just and Julius Randle, Jalen Brunson, 2.5, meaning that 0.5 is Mitch. They're not going to just get it done next to some of these guys starting lineups.
Right.
So Grimes is going to have to step up. We already know what RJ need to do. You up there talking about, can he be a Jimmy Butler? What? The new hairstyle he got?
Man, no.
Come on, man.
No, man. You know, I'm from New Jersey, bro. That hairstyle look weird. Yeah, that look weird to me, bro. You know what I'm saying? To each his own, but nah. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I mean, when I say the Jimmy Butler is do you, but nah, bro, I ain't, You know what I'm saying?
A straight weirdo. But guess what? You can be weirdo all you want when you come on that floor and you be putting on.
And you a dog. Yeah.
Dog, say what you want to say.
Right.
I'm a dog on this floor.
Right.
You know, a lot of people, they can't. Man, let's just laugh for a second. Could you imagine RJ doing something like that? He ain't a dog on the floor.
Nah, man.
He'd be like, he done lost his Rod Stewart mind.
Yeah, he done lost his mind, bro. Jimmy Butler he got so much dog, he don't know what to do with it. He just out here just doing the most. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? You know. Julian Blum says, Jersey dudes want to be no. No, never that. Salute to all my guys. Salute to all my guys from New York, but never that, bro. You know what I'm saying? The one thing about folks with self-respect, they don't want to ever be anybody else. Everybody with self-respect that respect themselves, they don't ever want to be anybody else. They just want to be the best version of themselves. You know what I'm saying? That's just all it is. But yeah, man. My thing with Grimes is I think the potential is there. But if we go through, if this is the third, fourth, first round pick that we have this same conversation about, then we got to start pointing the finger at the organization. Because if we talking about Obi, Quickly, Grimes, Deuce, Jericho Sims, Trevor Keels, now you know what I'm saying? I mean, at some point, Leon, what you doing? At some point, you got to be like, if this is the conversation for all these dudes, we got to stop and start looking at the source, right? Is it the cowardly lion that needs a heart, or is it the wizard behind the curtain? You know what I'm saying? We got to start having that conversation, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what are we doing here? You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to, and to be honest with you, I don't want to have that conversation, man. I want to think that the organization is drafting quality NBA talent and bringing quality NBA talent in the building, and maybe the guys that we're bringing in, they have talent, they just don't fit our system, right? Like in Miami, they bring in guys that fit a system that may not have all-world talent, but they are system players. For us, we're not Miami. Miami has a 15-year head start on us, right? We got to bring in quality NBA talent first, right? Be competitive every night, then implement the systems and all of that stuff. Like, we can't come out here playing like Hoosiers, right? You know what I'm saying? We got to get talent first and then be able to compete. Because the thing that people forget about Miami and their system is Chris Bosh, Dwayne Wade, LeBron James, they didn't play in no system. They were talented. Ray Allen, they ain't playing no everybody share the ball system. Them dudes, Dwayne Wade's a Hall of Famer. LeBron James, Hall of Famer. Ray Allen, Hall of Famer. Chris Bosh, Hall of Famer. These dudes didn't have to come into no system and fit the Heat culture. Them dudes were the culture, right? And then after them dudes left, Miami remade themselves, right, in that, and then developed guys, brought guys in to fit a system and things like that. And then you wind up seeing them get the same level of success because that young coach they had, right? The young coach, because Spoelstra was young when he had LeBron and Bosh and Wade and Allen and Mike Miller and all these dudes. He was young, right? So he developed, and now that all those guys are gone, Spoelstra done been through it, done seen it all, been through it all. Spoelstra was in a cage fight with one of the greatest coaches of all time, and the guy against Popovich. He learned those lessons, and now he can make the Heat culture better. See, but Tom Thibodeau hadn't been in a cage fight with Popovich or Steve Kerr or any of those great coaches. So all Thibodeau knows is that his system that he runs is a great system, and he wants to use that system to help bring championships to the city. But the thing about it is Tibbs has been in that system for 35, 40 years, and he, as the head coach, has never won a championship. So that's why we constantly doubt Tibbs, constantly doubt development, constantly doubt all these different things, because like the saying goes, been there, done that. But if you hadn't been there, then you hadn't done it. You know what I'm saying? So that's the reason why for me, I think that's the reason why Knicks fans second guess all these things, because Tibbs has never done it with any team, won a championship as the man. So when we look at Grimes, we like, is it Grimes or is it Tibbs? Is it Grimes or is it Tibbs? Is it the front office? Is the front office picking the right guy? Does Tom Thibodeau have too much say? Can Tom Thibodeau still coach in 2023? Is he a good coach in 2023? What about in the playoffs? Is Tom Thibodeau a proven playoff coach? You know, are our guys too soft? Are we too gentlemanly? Right? Do we need more alphas, more dogs? Right? Do we need more shooting? Do we need more slashing? Does the new Knicks culture does the new Knicks culture stifle all those other things that we mentioned? There are all these questions out here about these guys, and none of them will be answered until the Knicks win a championship. So we'll always have these things like, is Grimes a dog or is he soft? Right. So Jay Book, I know I'm all over the place with all these things, but like when you say that, and then I think back to Grimes getting the cotton ball put on his lip. You remember when they hit Grimes in the mouth in the playoff series against Cleveland, and he looked like he wanted to cry, and they was dabbing the blood with the little cotton ball, and he was wincing like all that on national TV, and we like, bro, a cotton ball hurting your lip? A cotton ball got you wincing up? You know what I'm saying? And this is not something I'm making up. This was a nationally televised game on a Sunday afternoon. You know what I'm saying?
That's because he's not a dog. And you said it right. We need dogs on this team. The only way for us to have dogs on this team is, Leon, you're going to have to push the button and go get dogs. You're going to have to make moves and start hesitating to make moves to bring in these high caliber dog type players in here. Because right now we're behind the 8 ball. Stop trying to catch up to what we'll never catch up to. You know what I'm saying? And this is what, when you talk about talent, let me give you an example for a moment. Because we're never going to be able to catch up to this. That era is gone. And there's no need to keep trying to live through this draft to try to see if you can, because our team is not bad enough whereas we're going to get these type players. Even if we're in the draft, you got to make sure you draft these type players and know what you're drafting. Could you imagine? I'm gonna put Mitch in there. I'm gonna put Mitch at my starting center. All right.
Right.
Could you imagine? Just think where we would be and what this team would be like if we had Money Mitch. Because I like Mitch. I think he'll go along perfectly with these other 4 guys. If we would have never tried to put weights and make Porzingis get stronger than what he was, and he'd have him be more heavier and take away, his skill sets, because we thought he might need to be bigger. If I had Porzingis at the power forward, if I had Bridges from over there in Brooklyn instead of Kevin Knox, right? If I would have had Donovan Mitchell instead of Frank, and if I'd have drafted Halliburton, that 5 right there, we'll never catch up to that type talent that we pass on. Never. So if we're not going to be able to draft these type guys again, you might as well go ahead and build a roster and go spend the money. Do what you need to do. Go get some dogs. Because these cats that we got, this kitty litter. I need some dogs. That's me personally. But, Freezie, I'm in the truck. They got me loaded up. All I got to do is back up to the dock and they, put it on there for me. I'm loaded up. And I'm getting ready to take off ahead of my business. I can't ride in the truck and rock with you because it's going to make too much noise.
All right. Well, we appreciate you coming through, bro.
No doubt, man. Much love to you, man, and everybody else, man, on this beautiful Monday. Coming off the weekend. Shout out to the Jets. Shout out to the Jets. Shout out to the Cleveland Browns. Shout out to them. Shout out to the Liberty. Shout out to the Liberty protecting home court, doing what they had to do. I pray that Chelsea Gray is all right with her injury. We like to see nobody get injured. And I hope everybody have a great and beautiful week. Be appreciative of your job that you had to go to this morning, even though you had a long weekend. You might feel like you don't want to go nowhere. No, be thankful and grateful that you had a job somewhere to go to this morning. Everybody have a blessful week, man.
For sure. For sure. Appreciate you, brother.
No doubt. Salute, salute, salute. 3 capital S's.
Them. And there we are. And there we are. So chat, am I too optimistic about Quentin Grimes? Is that what we are? Am I too optimistic about Quentin Grimes? When I look at when that man was healthy, he shot 51% from the floor, 45% from 3, and 79% from the free throw line. He averaged about 14 points a game on 10 shots. I don't know where I'm wrong at on it. I don't know where. Maybe I missed something. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I missed something. I don't know. Y'all tell me. I wasn't gonna go all in on a Grimes thing. It's just one of them things that came up. So let me do that. Okay. Am I all over the place? DSJ says Grimes has a problem. It's lack of aggression. Nah, man, that man took 10 shots a game after the All-Star break, man. That man it's only I don't know. Ivory Tiz says I don't see anybody talking about a Mitch replacement anymore. That's right. Mitch's contract is just went down another $1 million. Them, yeah. Yeah, man. I mean, so the thing with Jay Boogie is Jay Boogie got his opinion. To me, it shocked me. I honestly didn't know Jay Boogie was going there. That, everybody's entitled to their own opinion and such. Listen, as long as your opinion ain't disrespectful, as long as you ain't coming up here tripping, like trying to take over the show, you know what I'm saying, or being disrespectful, I don't really even care. If you got an opinion, I don't have to agree with it or disagree with it. It's yours. Yeah. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, put them drinks down and get on your feet. Put your hands together for the R&B sensation, DSJ. Ladies and gentlemen, DSJ. Yo, what's good, boss man?
Top of the morning. What's going on, Unc? How you feeling?
I'm good, man. King Ribby, what's good, boss?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Salute to you and salute to everybody in the chat. Salute, Ribby. What's going on?
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Everybody
I
morning.
Let me move. I'm gonna move this Randall thing out of the way so we can. Okay, let me see. Bam. All right, that seemed all right. Gents, what's going on?
Yeah,
Y'all want to take part in the Grimes conversation? Or yeah, I was ready to move. I was ready to move on, but
I mean, sure. I mean, it won't take long. I mean, honestly, I think the problem is he lacks offensive aggression. His points are trying to come off of catch and shoot threes. And my thought process was always, I thought he was able to put the ball on the floor and create his own offense.
ooh. Hey, hold on for just a split second. Hold on.
He's a bully.
Nope.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What up,
shout
Bully?
out
What's
to
going
me.
on?
Good man.
Top of
Good
the
man.
morning, top of the morning. What up, fans?
Good.
Hey, salute. Shout out to the greatest borough in the city, the Bronx, New York. Shout out to the Bronx.
Ain't no
Yeah,
Bronx.
all right, man. Here you go. Here you go. Yo, King.
Brooklyn.
Here he go with the best, man. Yo, salute Rivy, man. Salute DSJ,
Brooklyn.
man. Salute big bro Freeze. What up, man? How you?
Salute
Salute to the
to
chat, man.
salute.
Keith, East Drew Blue, man. JJ, what's up with y'all?
Yeah. And so DSJ was just mentioning, yo, hey, East Blue Drew. Yeah, man. I don't know why we didn't put Brownsville. I thought Brownsville was on there. But the intros get so long, man. Don't disrespect the Brownsville. Shout out to Brownsville, right? Shout out to
Yeah, shout out to
Brownsville,
Brownsville.
man. You know what I'm saying? But the topic on the floor was this. It's like
Oh,
DSJ
Freeze, I'm
was
sorry. I'm gonna
DSJ
step
was
out and come right
saying,
back in because something just
uh,
went wrong. I'm upstate right now. But
right,
I know what it
no,
is. I'm gonna jump out and come right back in. My bad.
okay, all right.
Mm-hmm.
So DSJ was saying that Grimes is not assertive offensively. DSJ, what do you want him? Where do you want him to be more assertive at?
Well, for one, everything doesn't have to be a 3-point shot, right? And your drive to the basket shouldn't just be to pass the ball to Mitchell Robinson.
At the 3-point line, right? Yeah.
Like at some point, like why aren't you doing anything else? You know what I'm saying? The ability to, pump fake, drive maybe to the left, to the right, going inside for at least a 19, 17 to 19 footer. I mean, there are other guys that make their living doing the exact same thing. I mean, Devin Booker is an all-star, basically playing the same way that, what I'm saying, we would expect Quentin Grimes to play. Just put the ball on the floor. You don't have to shake somebody out of their shoes and, you know what I'm saying, create all kinds of space to do this. You know what I'm saying? If you just rely on the open opportunities that are there, the ball comes your way, the first thing you're looking to do is pass out if it's not a catch and shoot three. Like
Nah, that's not Grimes.
I'm
Um,
I'm I'm gonna need more because again, there's too many guys in that. There's too many guys we could have tried to draft. We could have moved up in the draft to acquire,
right.
and we settled on Grimes because we thought he was supposed to be the answer. I'm
Um,
just
I'm
I'm
gonna
looking.
answer. I can answer that really quickly. I have the answer in about 20 words or less. You ready for it?
Preach.
I'm ready.
Tibbs wants Quentin Grimes to play the Reggie Bullock role. Period.
And we see where Reggie Bullock is, not part of the Knicks. So I mean,
right? Because why pay Reggie Bullock $12 million a year when you can pay Quentin Grimes $2 million?
Yeah, that's true. But at some point, you want to be able to earn this money, and it's crazy because we were talking bad about.
But the question was, the question and the rhetorical statement was why isn't Grimes more aggressive offensively, going to the basket and things of that sort? It's easy. It is easy. Tibbs wants him to be Reggie Bullock, right? And here's the other part too. For all the RJ haters out there, why doesn't RJ Barrett play like he does in FIBA for the Knicks? Or why doesn't RJ Barrett play his natural game like he played at Duke for the Knicks? Because Tom Thibodeau wants RJ Barrett in the Elfrid Payton, Alec Burks role. Put your head down and go to the basket. Right? And so if you blame RJ for playing outside of his role, don't blame RJ for playing his role. Tibbs wants somebody in that offense to be the battering ram going to the basket, and he wants and has to have a spot-up shooter that doesn't clog the paint in the deep corner, Reggie Bullock.
You think, Freezie, what up, y'all? I'm back. You think that Tibbs is taken away from RJ's game by him being the battering ram to the rim? Because that's what it seemed like.
Well, it's like Bully can do all these things, right? It's like when Boulevard come on, he can talk about all these topics, right? But then when Bully come on, we like Bully. No, only thing we're gonna talk about is pasta salad. right? Think about Bully. Think about all the things that we talk about over the months, right?
Macaroni.
Nah, no macaroni, just pasta salad.
Okay,
all we want Bully to talk about is pasta salad.
Oh my
right?
God.
And then when Bully is frustrated in his pasta salad role, like Bully can do all these other things, right? Like Bully can moderate. He can rock the mic by himself. He could talk about any topic that you want, but in this role, all we want him to do in his role is to talk pasta salad.
Okay.
That's what it's like with RJ and Grimes.
With RJ, okay. Wow.
And Grimes, all Tibbs wants him to do
good take.
Is he wants him to be Reggie Bullock.
Wow.
Period. There's no think about this. Think about DSJ. Think about how uncomfortable Reggie Bullock was dribbling the basketball.
Yeah, absolutely.
Think about how Quentin Grimes is, how comfortable Quentin Grimes is dribbling the basketball.
Look a little shaky.
Right? And I'm not saying that it's a bad thing for Tibbs, right? I'm not saying Tibbs is a bad guy. What I'm saying is that Tom Thibodeau wants a certain thing in his schemes, and if you can't provide that certain thing 100% of the time, he don't have a use for you, right? He don't have a use for you. So it's one of them things where it's like either you're gonna do what that man say, or you're gonna be out of the rotation.
Do or die.
Yeah. Yeah. Is that a bad thing though? Tibbs just wants what he wants.
It's bad if you're not playing to the strength of your players.
Exactly.
Right.
I'm about to say the same thing.
Yep, I was gonna say that too. Yep.
Say that again.
It's a detriment to your players. You're not playing to the strength of their players, man. Of your players. You're kind of putting them in a box.
Right.
You know what I mean? You're not letting them free flow. You know what I mean? You're not letting them play freely.
Right.
And then when we get when we get to the playoffs and certain pinnacles that we have to accomplish and get there, they ran down, they in the ground, and they injured. and they not playing up to their potential because you got them in this box, which is kind of crazy. So I think you and Corey Lee was talking about it over, well, I think it was last month or something like that. Y'all was talking about this might be the Tom Coughlin this year for Tom Thibodeau if he don't get it, if he don't get it right. He need to go up in this is my opinion. If he don't get it right, man, he need to go to the office and go, kick back in the reclining chair and just chill. And get another coach up in here.
Basically, what you're saying is if we don't win, if we don't make the Eastern Conference Finals, Tibbs need to go smoke a cigarette.
No, I ain't saying that.
Get a carton. And matter of fact, they cheap down south. Yeah, they cheap down south. Because up here, they $27 up here, $28. So New York is not going to be, yeah, that's what I said.
$28 for what?
For a carton of cigarettes.
No, they ain't no $28 a carton. No, they probably
that's cheap as hell.
They probably $300 in the city.
Oh no. All right. So no, my bad. A pack of cigarettes is almost.
I was about to say.
A pack. My bag. Let me get it right. I'm sorry, y'all. I just woke up and stuff like that. But yeah, a pack of cigarettes is mad high up here, man. You talking about almost $17, man, for a pack of carton. For
what?
Pack of Newports. A pack of Newports, man. All right.
Come on, bro.
All right.
Come on, bro.
I'm not in the city right now. I'm upstate New York, and you would think the state would be a little bit cheaper than the city, with nowhere near.
Yeah, mine's 16 in New York.
What?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So please, if y'all smoking, stop smoking.
Oh my God!
Because you're gonna lose your money, man, for real. But this might be the Tom Coughlin year for Tibbs if you don't get it correct. Yeah, straight up.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
In my opinion, I don't think we should fire him if like, because basically what you just said is if we don't make it to the Eastern Conference Finals, he's out the seat.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel like that, because I really feel like we still don't have two players as far as a backup four and a backup point guard. So until that get brought up, then I will agree with that. But other than that, I disagree.
So you think so you don't think he'll get fired this year? You think he'll have another year?
Yeah, that's a fact. And it's crazy because that's
wait. You think he'll have another year if we don't? Okay, I'm sorry, kid.
Right. This the year for everybody to get their extension.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I don't know then, to be honest.
I think everybody hooping this year, bro.
Yeah,
it's gonna be there are too many. Think about in basketball terms. In terms of basketball, this is an important year for everybody, right? And if I know the content creators are gonna love this. You know what I'm saying? For those that have their own channels, they're gonna love this take right here. This year is the most important year that the basketball players, not the organization, not the coaches, not the fans, but the basketball players themselves are going to need, because in a sense, right? In a sense, the Grimes of the world, the Quickleys of the world, the Randles of the world, the IQs, the Deuce McBrides are all in a pivotal year where they all have to look good around the NBA to get that money. Now, with RJ, this is RJ's first year of his extension, so he has to look like he deserved his extension. So all these young guys, all these guys are going to have that point to prove to everybody. So Grimes, Quickly, Deuce, all these other guys, RJ in the first year of his extension has to look good for a different way. Randle has to look good, because if Randle's a 3-time All-Star, 3-time All-NBA, when it comes to Julius Randle's contract extension, ain't no more hometown discounts. You got hometown discount twice. Now that I'm 3-time All-Star, 3-time NBA, you're gonna pay me like it, right? And for that, don't be surprised. Don't be surprised if Randle is on that kind of the whispers about Randle being traded. Don't be surprised if these things occur, and it may not happen at the trade deadline, but it might be the talk this summer. Queen B, what's good?
I'm good, Freezie. Shout out to you, Delano Steele, King Ribby, Boulevard 73. I'm good. Looking forward to the season.
Good morning, Queen.
Salute,
This is
Queen.
the first time.
Excited.
It's the first time I've ever been on with the Queen. My heart is fluttering right now. Lord have mercy. Go ahead. All right, come on now.
Yeah, shout out to the greatest borough in the city, the Bronx, New York.
Here we go, man. Everybody. Here we go, man. This dude right here.
What, man? What's happening?
Go ahead, man.
What's wrong with the Bronx?
Ain't nothing wrong with the Bronx.
What's
you got
wrong
two
with
Brooklyn Knights.
Road?
You got 3 Brooklyn Knights. You got 4 Brooklyn Knights in for head right now. You talking, man? Come on.
Oh, but Queen B, is Tom Thibodeau holding Quentin Grimes back?
Sometimes I wonder when it comes to, 2 points. Overall, no. I think that when you got 3 ball dominant guys, sometimes guys just have to play a role. And we look at Mikal Bridges when he was in Phoenix. You know, he's playing with KD. He's playing with Booker. That was his role, 3 and D. He had more to his game, but it just, those other guys were better, right? So they just didn't need it. Now he's with Brooklyn, and now you see the difference. It happens all the time. Harden, when he was with OKC, we knew he was good. We didn't think he was
Reggie Jackson,
right? And so Grimes may have more to his game. I believe he does. I wouldn't say Tibbs is holding him back. I'm saying when you're playing with those 3 guys, you need somebody who can play off the ball. You need somebody in that starting lineup who doesn't demand the ball. Now, where I do think, I'm not sure how much of this is Grimes, how much of this is the coaching staff, but I need Grimes to handle the ball. You a shooting guard. I need you to bring the ball up the court. I can't have, they keying on Brunson. They did it last year. They're going to do it even more. Put the toughest defender on him, the strongest defender, the longest defender, everything to tire him out, take seconds off the clock from the offense for him getting the ball down the court. There's nobody that can help him bring the ball up the court. I was looking for this in the preseason game. Brunson got the ball. Grimes wasn't even in the frame. When they moved the frame to the half court, Grimes was already down there. I said, what?
On the wing, yeah.
This is what I want to see. One of the things I want from Grimes is him helping Jalen Brunson bring the ball up the court. Now, is his handle not tight enough for that? Is, like Freezie just said, Tibbs doesn't want to use him that way, just wants the ball in Brunson's hand? I'm not sure, but I'm not feeling that part of it.
I'm not feeling it either.
Wait. The part that you, just for clarity, the part that you're not feeling, are you not feeling the point that was made, or Tom Thibodeau's strategy on that?
The strategy, if it is a strategy,
of
him not bringing the ball up the court, not handling the ball. Either one of those guys should be able to handle the ball and bring the ball up the court.
Right.
I don't know. I've been making this point for like a week. Maybe I'm overstating. No, all off season as well. So maybe I'm overstating it. But I just think if you're an off guard, you got to be able to bring the ball up the court, take pressure off of Brunson.
Right. You know something, Quinn, to add to that, it's not even really that bringing the ball up the court, but I just honestly feel like it's creating your own offense. The opportunity to have the ball in hand and make decisions for yourself outside of just the one role of catch and shoot. You know what I mean? A pump fake could cost you space on the defender, gets him in the air. You could go ahead and dribble inside, 2 dribbles in, pull up jumper right there. You're not exerting a lot of energy. You're not sitting here trying to shake somebody out their shoes with handles. but you still find a way to create space to get your shot off. It's an easier shot going inside, but as a shooter, you're not demanding him to do more than anything else, right? You're just looking for him to have an open shot.
Right.
And I just gave you a scenario where he can create that shot. And I'm looking at other ways to do it. If you're doing something like a pin down from one part of the baseline to get around a screen to get to the top of the key of the free throw line, about 17, 18 feet away from the basket. That's a play you could draw. Again, Desmond Bain does it. Devin Booker does it. Like, these plays are drawn up for these guys to create an opportunity where you're not just having to shoot the three, but you're still shooting the shot somewhere in the mid range. Create these opportunities for these guys if you want them to succeed, especially when, again, it's crazy to sit here and say that the handles aren't tight, but you see that he has an ability to handle the ball in every other aspect, whether it's playing in summer league against his contemporaries, playing in off tournaments like the Rising Stars Challenge. He has handles then, but doesn't have handles any other time during the regular season.
Good point. Good point.
But let me ask you this question, if I may, Freezie. You talk about Booker and Bain, but they have different roles in the offense. So if we're gonna run plays for Grimes to put the ball in his hands more, are you okay with less touches or the ball being in the hands less of an RJ, Brunson, and Randle to open that opportunity for him?
When it comes to questions like that, let me first establish this, right? When we're talking about running plays, then we also have to remember that every play that's run doesn't have just one option in it.
Right.
Like, these plays have outlets and options and pin downs and all types of things that's dictated by what the defense is doing. So when you say that, when you say that, and to DSJ's point also, when we run certain types of plays, when you cycle through options, right? The biggest threat in these plays that are run, like for instance, I saw when the Knicks played Minnesota, I saw the Knicks run the same offensive sets that the Denver Nuggets ran, right? Where you saw Hartenstein at the top of the key. As a matter of fact, you saw Hartenstein throw a backdoor cut to RJ on one of them. Anybody remember that play where RJ got the layup at the rim from Hartenstein?
Yep.
Right.
So the Knicks are running sets that all other NBA players, all other NBA teams are running. They ran zoom jet off the wing so much that I almost vomited, right? Zoom, it's a play called zoom off the wing. You see a small forward or a wing player run to the wing, a guard come around that screen, and then there's a screen for a big that looks like a pick, and then both go to the rim, and the big is going to the rim looking for the lob, and this person is, and the ball handler, the guard, whoever it is looking for a floater in the lane. If the weak side defender comes, and you kick out to the short corner for three. They ran that so much that I was about to vomit, right? But it's the same play the Phoenix Suns run. They run it with Kevin Durant, right? They run it with Kevin Durant. They ran it with Kevin Durant, Devin Booker, and they was running it when we saw it last with DeAndre Ayton, right? Where when Kevin Durant goes and sets the screen and Booker comes around, if everybody goes with Devin Booker, that means you leave Kevin Durant either open or in a mismatch with somebody on the wing, and then you have basically what I'm getting at is the Knicks was running the same stuff. And what I'm trying to get everybody to understand is the Knicks don't have the same personnel as everybody. like Hartenstein in that role is not Jokic, right? He's not Jokic, right? And the Phoenix Suns running it with Durant and Booker and Ayton is not Mitch, RJ, and Grimes, right? So when we criticize certain things, I think we got to kind of keep in context the stuff that we're running and the personnel that we have. You know what I'm saying? It looks different, right? Like everybody has shoes on, right? But everybody's shoes are gonna be different. Everybody ain't gonna have the same thing. That's what I'm getting at. But the flip side of that, just real quick, the flip side of that is while we don't have Jokic and Murray and Porter Jr., or we don't have KD, and Booker, what we have is defensive-minded glue guys running it. So that zoom play that looks great when they run it and how it looks clunky when we run it, when we go back on defense, our defense looks better. So we have, like, these guys, their offense looks, basically what I'm getting at is we have a bunch of multi-purpose guys running offense that's designed for elite offensive scorers. And the elite offensive scorers run those plays, and then they bring 6'7", 6'8" wing players off the bench to accommodate the elite scoring offensive guys that they have. Like they bring those Torrey Craigs, Kelly Oubre's off the bench to provide that. But we have those type guys in our lineups. Like when the first play that you saw Quentin Grimes dunk at the rim, guess what play that was? Zoom. Right? Minnesota wasn't prepared for it, and Quentin Grimes got a dunk at the rim. And they were like, okay, the Knicks are running what everybody else run. Once you saw that, you didn't see Grimes dunk again in that game. I don't even know. I can't even remember. After that, I can't even remember if Quentin Grimes got another shot after that.
He didn't.
I don't even know. Once they were like, okay, the Knicks are modern now. We gotta set up defensively for that. I think what happens is a lot of times when we talk offense, what we look at is the guy that's shooting the ball. What is he doing? Right? We don't necessarily look at what everybody else is doing. So the thing with Grimes is, yes, I want to see less of Randle bringing the ball up the floor and more of Grimes bringing the ball. Y'all know after a made basket, y'all know how Randle is back there with Mitch. Mitch would take the ball out the net and take the ball out and give it to Randle. How about give that to Grimes? Can we give that to Grimes? Or how
you're already down the court. You're already down the court before all that happened.
I know that's one of the things. That's why when y'all were talking about it, I understand what y'all are saying, because I have the same sensibilities to it. You know what I'm saying? Like I want to see a time where Brunson comes down the floor and goes left or right and not get trapped. Right? Basically, what Brunson does is what they're gonna do. Teams are gonna, when Brunson goes to a side, they're gonna ice our pick and roll and force Mitch way out, or Hartenstein, whoever the screener is, out way up high. Right? What that does is shave time off the shot clock, because we already know Mitch ain't gonna shoot the ball. We already know that. Hartenstein's not gonna shoot threes. We already know that. And so what that does is they hedge or trap, force the Knicks to go way out to the rim. They reverse it, give it to RJ. RJ calls for a screen. He back all the way up to New Rochelle, get a running start, and ram his way to the rim. Right? We already know that's the type. So what Tibbs did against Minnesota is got away from that. What he did was reverse the ball, give it to RJ. As soon as RJ catch it, anybody notice that RJ Barrett shot a lot of free throws against Minnesota?
Oh yeah.
Y'all know why, right? Because RJ didn't back all the way up and call for a screen. He caught the ball and went. This is the adjustment they made over the summer. So RJ ramming his way to the rim before the defense is set. Now RJ Barrett is getting foul calls because instead of guys already being in place for RJ at the rim and RJ throwing up a prayer, guys are moving and bumping RJ on the way, which fouling RJ on the way. So there were. I'm just saying it's preseason, basically, is what I'm getting at. They have a lot of things. I'm sorry.
No, I had a question for you when you finish.
No, I just went off on a tangent. My bad, y'all.
Yes, you did. But it's cool. No,
Yeah,
but you made a great point. I'm sorry, Quinn. Go ahead,
It's your
Quinn. I'm sorry.
show.
Right, it's your show, bro. Yeah, it's your show.
Yeah, Quimby.
I was just, you bring up a good point about the intersection between the offense and the players. A lot of times we want things in our offense. We want to move the ball like Golden State. We want backdoor cuts. We want this and we want that. And I'm not averse to it. That's cool. But a lot of times, if you don't have those players, you're not going to get the same result from the offense. So I know you've said in the past that Tom Thibodeau's offense is simplistic.
Right.
What else can we do with this offense given the limitation of some of the players that we have? Yeah.
I saw Tibbs run specific stuff against Minnesota. We don't know if that's team specific because they ran that play against Boston but didn't run it a lot. Right?
Mhm.
They didn't run it a lot. And what I was thinking at the time that I saw it was Tibbs running that because Minnesota was exceptionally big out there on the floor, right? Compared to Boston being tall on the floor, but not necessarily big. You know what I'm saying? So was Tibbs running, or did Tibbs run it some and is easing his way in it? So by the time opening night gets here, we'll be accustomed to this new style of offense. Now, what happened is they ran it a little bit, and Randle ate. Randle was eating against Boston, right? But then they ran it so much away from Randle that Randle looked like the odd man. Anybody notice that Randle looked like the odd man out on offense against Minnesota? Nobody noticed that except me?
Yeah. In the first quarters, yeah.
Yeah, nobody knows that the wing guys were getting all the touches, and Randle was struggling trying to find his way in that new offense. And it's not a new offense; it's new to us. Ball movement is new to us, basically.
Facts.
Yeah,
So
the first half, yeah.
yeah,
First half, yeah.
So my thing is I think Tom Thibodeau is trying to be Hannah Montana with it, trying to be the best of both worlds. You know what I'm saying? Like we know we have everybody except Brunson, and everybody on the roster just about except for Brunson and Mitch are do-it-all guys that could do multiple different. We know Jalen Brunson is an elite offensive weapon. Defensively, defensively, we'll take what we can get from Brunson, right? And it's the same thing with Mitch. Defensively, Mitch is a defensive weapon, rebounding machine. But outside of that, we'll take if Mitch scores 15 points in a game, we'll take it. We don't expect it, but we'll take it, right? But everybody else, the Brunsons, I mean the Grimes, the RJs, the Randalls, the DiVincenzo's, the Josh Harts, even the Isaiah Roby when he came into the game, you know what I'm saying? The Hartensteins, everybody else is do-it-all guys, not elite at one thing or the other. They're like Swiss Army knives. So what Tibbs is doing is trying to incorporate those Swiss Army knives into in a more of an elite offense that gets better three-point looks. Now, when you watch the Minnesota game, I don't know if y'all noticed, but our three-point shooters were getting cleaner three-point looks in this new style of offense. And I think this is the new normal for the Knicks. I think the odd man out in this equation, it may be Julius Randle, who may probably come back down to earth a little bit, unless he start complaining, like, man, I ain't getting no touches. Unless he, you know what I'm saying, we less Randle in these sets, where Randle, we can expect Randle to be more of a 20 and 12 guy, as opposed to a 25 and 10 guy. You know what I'm saying? Unless his three-point shooting comes around. But if you notice, the looks that Evan Fournier got from three, if you notice the looks that RJ Barrett was getting from three, if you know, Did anybody? We were getting 3-point looks, and I can't say that it's all Minnesota's defense, right? Because I want to give the Knicks some credit too, right? I don't want to say every time something good happens, the other team fell down. I don't want to say that. I want to think that our coaching staff is smart as well, right? But if you notice, Grimes got a dunk in that game. RJ Barrett's going to the free throw line, and our 3-point shooters were getting very clean 3-point looks. Is that not what everybody wanted?
Yeah, to a certain degree. Yeah, to a certain degree.
Right.
I like the wide open. I mean, I like the just like you just said the our players RJ and Fournier had them 3-pointers that was real clean and wide open. But I want to just say one thing about that. I want Mitch to have more of a get inside the paint game and not always getting alive and stuff like that. I need him to work on his footwork, man, and start working in the paint a little bit more and scoring and stuff. His defensive prowess is definitely great. But if he could give me 6 to 8, 10 points, I love it and stuff. But other than that, everything that you said was spot on point, dog. Real.
Didn't he have that? Not to cut you off.
But yeah, I'm about to say that's kind of what he averages already, about 8 points.
Did he have 8 points? He got 8 points.
I'm just saying as far as his regular season average is about 8 points.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, okay.
No, but he got that in less minutes. He got that in less minutes.
All right, good.
Right?
Good.
Mitch usually plays, 25, 26, 27 minutes? I think Mitch only played like, 22 minutes.
Okay,
right.
Cool.
And it's not like, and here's the thing, for people that's going to say, man, it was preseason, blah, blah, blah. Hey, man, he was playing against Rudy Gobert, right? So just scratch the preseason thing right there. He's playing against a dude that is in the defensive player of the year conversation. So if you minimize Mitch's scoring, no, let's not do that, because Rudy Gobert is not a pushover defensively, and Minnesota has 3 quality centers that they can roll out.
Big,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because when did Nas Reed start becoming a 3-point threat like that too?
Oh my God.
To Freezie's point though about the Knicks getting clean looks, the Knicks always got open looks. The issue with the Knicks was about knocking them down. I mean, they were number one. They got the most. They were ranked first in the most open shots in the entire league, and close meaning nobody within, I think, 4 to 5 or 5 to 6 feet. So we've always gotten open looks. The issue with the Knicks have been knocking them down. We were ranked 20th in effective field goal percentage. And I know I say this every show, and we were ranked 19th in 3-point percentage. And I'm just really hoping that the shooting gets better, because we have the potential on this team that we can rank higher than that in 3-point shooting and effective field goal percentage. And with the open looks we're getting, that's going to make us a better team.
You got to forgive Freezie. He gets very excited on Monday.
You low.
AD, salute.
AD.
Salute,
AD.
Yeah, you kind of low.
You heard the man go off on a tangent about Phil Jackson giving Van Gundy,
Yeah, I heard that.
I thought he was having a stroke, to be honest with you. I really did. I thought he was having an on-air stroke about how Phil Jackson didn't want to do that. But anyway, that was an hour ago. I think he's better now. I think he's gotten himself, together. But I want to say something about Nas Reed, Nas Reed, because I thought he was a player that the Knicks should have strongly looked at. That big, that could handle it and that could shoot the 3. You all are very, optimistic on Mitch. I'm not as much, but what's new about that? Freezie, what's going on?
I think what happened is, I think we're bringing up old points and new narratives. All that stuff that happened before, that's, what are we talking about? We gotta wake up, man, get our heads in the game, bro. if we up here talking about old shit, we need to talk about the stuff that we saw in preseason, right? And the stuff that and Queen Bee point was excellent, but what I'm saying is all the stuff that was all of that stuff. What we're talking about is what we want to see is the stuff that the coaches worked on all summer and implemented in the preseason, right? Because the thing is if you how did Miles McBride look to y'all against Minnesota?
He looked like he got some open threes at the last couple of seconds of the game. To me.
To me, Miles McBride looked lost on defense.
Yes, he did.
He looked lost on defense, and that's not his thing. And then he also looked like a confident shooter. Right? My thing is so if we just go by what we saw on the other night against Minnesota, Tibbs, they're implementing new defense also. RJ got lost several times. Grimes got caught up and didn't know where to go a couple of times. Miles McBride just got flat out beat off the dribble multiple times, and we're not used to that. You're right. We saw Dante DiVincenzo showcase elite screen navigation. Right. We saw Dante DiVincenzo with quick hands. Right. What it looks like, we saw Quentin Grimes get lost a couple of times and recover. So what we're noticing is that the Knicks are trying to implement new offensive stuff and new defensive stuff, and they're still learning. Right? Randle got lost on offense so many times that he was like almost clogging the paint, but his awareness dragged him away. He's like, if I don't know what to do, just spot up at the 3-point line. If I get lost, okay, such and such is doing this. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just going to float back to the 3-point line. That way they'll have an outlet in case something happens. Right?
I just want to say, so it might be a couple of odd men. It might be a couple of odd men out. Freeze. Not to cut you off real quick, but it might be a couple of odd men out. If you're making that point right there, if people was getting lost in assignments, it might be a couple of odd men out. Not just Randle.
Not long term, bro. Not long term.
Right, you're right. Not long term, but
they practice every day. Yeah, they practice every day. So
no, I get it.
Whatever they didn't get right, the coach would pull them to the side, like, hey man, you faded into the corner and into the short corner right here. If you don't know what to do, never fade into the short corner because the defender only takes 2 steps and he can cover 2 people. If you fade corner, fade to the deep corner, right? Or come back up top. Don't allow a defender the opportunity to cover 3 people on offense.
Facts.
Right.
Okay.
It's like little stuff. That's what preseason and training camp is for.
To add to your point, Freezie, about doing new things, trying new things, and what are we seeing new from players? This was the first time that I've seen McBride, when he's in the game, run the point. Usually when he comes in the game, he's playing
off
the floor. And in the preseason, and I like this, seeing him, run the point, try to create, can you run an offense? We know you could play good defense, though he may have struggled against Minnesota. Whether you shoot the ball well or not, fine. You're going to survive in this league as a point guard. You got to be able to run a team. Right. It was good to see him when he was in the game. I don't know if he's better, the coaches are trusting him more, or a little bit of both, that he had the ball in his hands to run the team when he was in the game.
Right. I agree with you on that. And I think what made it easier for him is that the Knicks didn't just run a point guard, find your own shot offense. They actually ran something systemic where all 5 people on the floor know what all 5 people are doing at the same time. So you don't get those weird, how come 4 people are in the paint at the same time? Same time type scenarios. Right? You don't necessarily get that. And I think that's what happened with us last year. At times with Jalen Brunson, we didn't know where to be as shooters and slashers because we at times, I'm not saying that this is all the time, but at times we ran offense that was We ran the Derrick Rose offense. Give that guy the ball and everybody else get out of the way. We ran that at times when we needed buckets. And guys didn't know how to relocate, when to slash, when to screen, when to do. When Jalen Brunson got into the Brunson burner, what are the other four guys supposed to be doing? We don't know, because basically that man's ISOing to get a bucket. Now, is Jalen Brunson ISOing to get a bucket a bad thing? No, we actually embrace that. We wanna when we need a bucket, we need a guy that we can go to get us a bucket. Knicks fans like to call it a number one option. Like we need a number one, and such is the number two option, such. We need a third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh option. Now, what we need is something systemic. We need something systemic where guys know what to do, some proven plays. I mean, if the NBA champions choose to do it, but think about this. How often do you see the Denver Nuggets ISO? Just put Jokic on the island and just let him do his thing.
He's not that type of player, though. They don't have those plays.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But I could say that RJ's not that type of player. I could say Randle's not that type of player. You know what I'm saying? ISO player. Randle's not an efficient ISO scorer. You know what I'm saying?
But he do it all the time. They call the play for him.
And I could also say that Michael Porter Jr. is that type of player, where he can ISO and get things, but they choose not to do. They choose to do the systemic stuff to keep everybody involved. Everybody knows who to be. So instead of it looking like a disco, it looks like a ballet. Basically, is what I'm getting at. Not to disparage anybody else's point, but I just want to. I think basically my point is I think the Knicks coaches are trying very hard to overcome all these criticisms that we all put out there, and you can tell that the Knicks coaching staff has been working all summer to overcome some of these things that we complain about. And some of it had to be fixed in the summer. Some of it you just can't fix in the regular season when you see it.
Whatever they're fixing.
But that's not what cost them, Freezie. Your systemic analogy, I get it. You want people to be more involved and so forth. But the game, it always breaks down to your best players. You understand? That's not where they lost. They lost because of him making improper defensive assignments. They lost in the Miami series.
We're not talking about, bro. They didn't.
No, but I'm.
You talking about last season, right?
Yeah, but I'm getting to as far.
But how you gonna implement the new changes they made to a season?
These are not new changes necessarily. These are just these are just
we didn't run Zoom. No, that's not accurate.
They're not going to be doing. They're not going to be doing.
That's the AD. That's a false statement you made. The Knicks didn't run Zoom like that last year.
I know that, but they're not going to be doing all of these new systemic changes that you're thinking that's going to happen when the game is breaking down. It's just not. Mitch Robinson is not going to be an offensive force outside of the pick and roll, outside of the pick and dive.
Okay, so I mean, I'm lost. So the point is
that systemic thing that you're talking about, where everyone is going to be involved and knowing where to go. The game is not going to break down like that for them. Mitch is not going to get offensive important moments in crucial games. He's just not. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying you're incorrect as far as people being more involved and knowing where to go and in moments of the game, in crucial moments, and them trying to implement this new thing. But Fournier's not going to be in important moments. He's not, because why? He's defensively challenged. So some of these things we're seeing here now is, okay, well, we're working on some of these things. Tibbs is who he is.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That's all I'm saying.
He is who he is.
Whatever offense they run, if they want to run a motion offense, they want to be more systematic. Whatever you do, at the end of the day, Brunson and Randle better have the most shots on the team because those are your best players. So I don't care what you do. You got to make sure those guys have the most shots at the end of the day because they're your best players. And make sure whatever offense you run, you're running it to the strength of your best players. Because I think when you don't do that, Crazy, you make it easy for the other team. If I'm playing Phoenix and Phoenix is running an equal opportunity offense, oh, I'm happy. Because that means that Durant is not going to dominate and get the shots he needs to get. And that makes it easy on us. That makes it easy on us. So whatever you run, I agree. There has to be some balance between making sure you get others involved and making sure your best players is putting pressure on that defense.
Okay. So
I agree.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm on a different island than y'all. Because I think it's more important to create easier looks for your great players than it is for them great players to go ISO.
It don't matter. I'm okay with that. If easy, all I'm saying is that at the end of the day, they need to have the most shots. Whether it's easier shots, whatever. I don't care how they get it. I don't care how they get it. I just don't want an equal opportunity offense where you got your guys that are not as good as your best player. Oh, well, it ended up in my hand, so I took, like wherever the ball ends up, that's who takes the shot. No.
That's madness. That's madness.
I don't know.
But that's not what you're saying. That's not what you're saying. So
I don't even understand. I'm so lost right now. The thing is, you run a system to rub Quentin Grimes off Devin Booker so that Evan Fournier guards Evan Booker. That's why you run a system.
Well, Evan Fournier can't guard nobody, man.
That's why you run the system to rub Quentin Grimes off of Devin Booker so that Evan Fournier guards Devin Booker in situations like that. You know what I'm saying? And so it's not one of them things. Yeah, I think. Yeah, no, man, I don't know.
No, don't feel no type of way. It would but you know what I'm saying. But Fournier, I mean, he shoot great, but the boy defense is garbage and whatnot. We all know that.
That's my point, Bully. You run a system. If you're Phoenix, you run a system to rub Quentin Grimes or quickly off of Devin Booker so that Evan Fournier guards him. That's why you run a system. Because the defense gets a check too. They don't just come out there and just let you score, right? They're gonna pick you. They're gonna pick you up and just for the basic basketball fans, right? When say the basketball, Phoenix gets the rebound, right? The Knicks defense is this: one person is gonna probably just say Quickly is the guy. Quickly is gonna pick up the ball. Hey, I got the ball. RJ, you over here, you got backside stuff. That's what all that pointing and stuff that you see when people getting back in transition. That's what they're setting their defense in that time, right? They're not pointing just to be pointing. They're like, you got him, you got him, and such to do all these separate things. That's why when the offense comes down, they're probably going to run some type of set off the wing to bring a shooter up front, to bring their best athlete, score, say is whoever the wing plays, say is Zach LaVine. So you send DeRozan to the corner, Zach LaVine rubs off of him, come up top to get a screen from Vucevic. He turns the corner to look to take it to the rim to dunk on somebody. The defense collapses, and then he either kicks it out to DeRozan in this little short corner, 18-foot mid-range, whatever, or he takes it to the rim. That's why you run stuff. You don't just stop everything and just say back up, and then Zach LaVine says, "Hey man, I'm just gonna ISO right here." You know what I'm saying? And you got to give kudos, just give credit to the Knicks coaching staff for understanding that they can't do that. And a Randle ISO can't be the answer to everything. And to Knicks fans who couldn't stomach the Julius Randle ISO all the time.
I hated it.
The coaching staff is giving you things and giving you this. And if we're now complaining about that too, then what are we actually doing out here?
That's not
Yeah,
fair.
run the whole
That's
24
not
seconds on some clock, man, for no
that.
reason, man. And then miss the shot. Spin
That's
and win
not
and
fair.
lose the ball.
That's not fair to what Randle. I think what the Knicks did last year. That's not fair. He wasn't just an ISO. That's not fair.
I'm not AD. I'm not saying that he was AD. I mean, I'm sorry, Quinn. Go ahead.
Hey, AD, I must be buffering for AD. AD, am I buffering to you? Because I didn't say Julius Randle was the Knicks' offense was all Julius Randle ISO. I didn't say that.
But
No, you didn't say that.
Are you getting every other word from me or something?
Well, the ending of your soliloquy ended with Randle. The Knicks just can't be, Randle. That's So I guess
Right.
I guess I'm picking up on that part, and that to your soliloquy.
I'm
That
sorry.
part
That's a
is
cynical
that
laugh.
part
I'm
is
sorry.
not that part is just not fair to I think what Randle's game has become. But
Yeah, so
I think
because
the ISO narrative is big. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Say that one more time.
I'm sorry.
No,
I
go ahead.
think the
Oh,
ISO.
well, salute. Sorry.
I think the ISO narrative is fine. I think the ISO narrative is way overblown. We act like the
Me
Knicks
too.
come down, give the ball to Randle, and clear out the side. The Knicks
Right.
run plays, but the ball ends up with him, and the
Yes.
ball is stopped when it ends up when he's gonna score, when he's gonna pass, he's gonna pass. That's fine. But when it's time for him to score, he's not somebody where you pass the ball around, he gets it, he pull up for a jump shot. No, he's a guy you're gonna pass around. When it gets to him, he got to put it on the floor. He got to go into the post. He got to do what he do. The same thing with Brunson. So I think it's overblown. The Knicks run plays, but yeah, the ball will stop when it gets to Randle. The ball will stop when it gets to Brunson. But it stops with most teams' best players. It stops with most teams' best players. And then that best player will read what the defense is doing in terms of whether they're going to take it or whether they're going to pass. So I think the ISO narrative is a bit overblown. Not saying it doesn't happen. I just think it's a bit overblown.
Okay. I just don't like. I'm sorry, Quinn. I just don't like. To a certain point, when Julius get the ball, man, his head is down, and he's spinning and he's doing all this washing machine moves and stuff like that. Instead of kicking the ball out, because obviously if you got 2-3 people on you, man, there's somebody open, but he still want to take the shot and whatnot. That's the thing that frustrates. I'm not saying that happens all the time, but in critical plays when we down by 1 or 2 and we need that extra point to get up to tie the game or surpass the lead and stuff, he just does that bonehead play all the time. And I'm not knocking him. Like you said, every team does it, but I see for every team, there's an option where you could kick the ball out to an open man and shoot and stuff. He like to just go ahead and take the ball in and do whatever it is. And I'm not saying doing that 100% of the time, but sometimes it's just a little frustrating. That's all. But I think from all the interviews that I've seen him from off the off season that he kind of got a understanding on what's going on. And I think homeboy might get it together this year. And I hope so. And let's not too many absolute plays, man. Let's kick it out to everybody and see what everybody got on the team and stuff, And Brunson Hope is going to be on the floor. Yeah, you're right. He get the ball too. He be on the floor and he do his little isolation thing. So I mean, this like you said, it's preseason. So let's see what's up.
Yeah, I think that's another false thing. That Randle is not doing the spinning and winning thing. I think that's another false thing too, man. That we gotta
Man, when
take
that man
into
turns
account.
to the left or the right, that boy lose that ball all the time, man. Most of the time he lose that ball, and they running up the court.
But in real life, we call that making basketball moves. Nobody put their head down, go straight to the rim, bro. And in real life, we call that playing basketball, bro. You know what I'm saying? Nobody in this league is gonna go in a straight line to the rim and get a layup, bro.
I never said nothing about a straight line. I said spinning and winning. That's not straight.
So spinning is the opposite of a straight line, right?
Right, exactly.
Right. That's my point. Nobody goes to the rim in a straight
And
line.
9 times out of 10, the defense is already reading where he get ready to turn at because he usually turns to where his best side is at, and they knock the ball out of his hand and they scoring down on the other end.
And the defense get paid too, right?
They all come on now. They all get paid now. You know what's up.
Right. What I'm saying is less. I think what it is I think we're perpetuating a defense, a offensive player has the advantage over a defense. They don't.
I know that's your favorite player, man, and I know you're going to defend him.
No, that's not my favorite player.
You know how I feel about the diva. You know how I feel about the diva. You know how I feel about the diva. Again, I want him to be the leader, not the diva, and whatnot. Get out there and play the ball. Do what he got to do.
But that's what you want. Most people on this panel want a championship.
I want one too.
You just said you want him. You just said you wanted something else.
No, I never said that, bro. I said I don't want the diva. I want the leader. That's what I said.
Right, and we want championships.
And I want a championship too.
So you want it all. So you want it all.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
So what you're saying is there is a high standard for Julius Randle.
It better be. Yeah.
Right. So what's the highest standard?
All right. So me as your homeboy, me as your homeboy, and everybody that's on this panel, you want high standards for everybody. All 6 of us that's on this panel right now. You want high standards for everybody up here, including the Queen. This is the first time I ever talked to the Queen, and I talked to everybody else on this panel. Cold Duck, AD. Well, he going now, but anyway, I'm saying you want the best out of everybody. They potential on this panel, whatever kind of job we doing, and we living our everyday lives. That man signed with us with the New York Knicks, and I don't hate Randle. I keep telling you, I'm opening up to Randle because I did not like that dude and whatnot. But I understand he giving us 25 and 10 and 12 or whatever and whatnot, and I'm supporting homeboy. I want him to stop doing the knucklehead moves, the spinning and doing all of this and that and the third. Score the ball and play the game. That's all I'm saying, bruh. It whatnot. That's all I ask. So now when we get on this panel, you want the best of our abilities to say our points and say our takes and say with greatness and flair and style. That's what I want homeboy on the court for.
So you're the Julius Randle of this panel is what I gather.
I am not the Julius Randle.
I did all of that. You sound like the Julius Randle in this panel. That's what I'm saying. That's what I take from all of that you just said.
Man, go ahead, Freezie, with your point.
But this is what I'll say, though.
I love you, though.
If we're talking 2 seasons ago, or maybe even 3 seasons ago, with Randle spinning and losing the ball, I do remember that. Last year, what I saw from Randle was he was very efficient in his spots. He had what I mean by that let me rephrase that. He shot the ball from like 4 or 5 spots. Like he wasn't all over the place. He knew where he was in the post, he was in the mid post, he was shooting a 3. Maybe he got it at the in the free throw line. He only had like 4 or 5 spots. And I like that about him, that even it's late into his career, he knows where his spots are now. He's getting to his spots. He's not just taking any old shot. So I see an efficiency. I'm not talking about a shooting efficiency, but an efficiency in his game, in the sense of, this is my spot. I'm gonna get to my spot. I'm gonna do what I do. If I got it, I'm gonna take it. If I'm not, I'm gonna pass it. Now,
good.
He still gets into trouble with the double teams, and the reason why I think is because he wants to be the one to make the home run pass out of the double team. So he gets the double team. He waits for it to close in and really commit so he can make the skip pass to the other side of the court so the guy can get the shot, as opposed to when you see it coming, pass it to the top of the key, let them swing it. And what happens, because he's waiting for them to close, now they get their hand on the ball, they tipping it, it's not clean, it's a turnover, because I think, this is my opinion, he wants to make the home run pass. No, when you see it closing in, you're either going to split it or you're going to pass it, let the other guard swing it to the other side. And I saw that in the Minnesota game. He had like 2 turnovers out of a double team, letting it close on him, and they got their hand on the ball. But that's just him. He wants to be the one to make the pass directly for the shot.
Okay, that's a fair point. But Like you
So
said,
you
that was
consider
like
that
2
stat
seasons
padding?
ago. Yeah.
Or an attempt to stat pad?
I don't think he's stat padding. I don't think he's stat padding. I don't think he's stat padding. Another narrative about quickly being selfish. I don't think these guys they going into the game, in my opinion, to try to win and to do what they think will help the team win. That's their mindset. When you say somebody is selfish, what that means to me is a person is going in with the mindset. For me, when somebody is stat padding, they're going in with the mindset is my only purpose here is to get stats, and that's just hard for me to believe.
Yeah, I think those Randle turnovers are comparable to Eli Manning sacks. Like we look at Eli Manning, we look at Eli Manning getting sacked, but we don't look at the offensive line blocking or the receivers getting open.
I knew he was gonna go there. I knew it.
Right.
Good.
Right. Because the thing is you don't become. I know every human and every NBA basketball player is flawed. Everybody has flaws, right? But what I'm saying is in the preseason, we still working out some things. Like I even said to y'all, I even said to y'all that I think the coaching staff is working on improving that stuff. And instead of us even acknowledging that the coaching staff is trying, we just picked apart Randle for 30 minutes. You know what I'm saying? So no matter what happens, it's just like Knicks fans are just gonna hold on to whatever it is. Like if you don't like Randle, we're just gonna nitpick Randle to death. If you don't like RJ, we're gonna nitpick RJ to death. We didn't even acknowledge that RJ was catching the ball on the run, going to the rim and getting fouled, hitting free throws. That's something unlike what he did for the last 3 years.
But did we talk about RJ yet?
Yeah. Every time I bring him up, we talk about, something like, the coaching staff historically does such and such. That's why I was saying, like, the thing with the systems and the things that the coaching staff is running, like with Grimes' dunk at the beginning of the game, that's a whole new world. If Grimes gets one or two of them things a game, just layups, dunk attempts at the basket. Now you're talking about Grimes with the potential to go from an 11 point per game scorer to maybe 13, 14 points per game just off of new things that are opening up into his game. Same thing with RJ. If RJ Barrett is going to be that guy that's going to be catching that ball on the run, getting that momentum going to the basket, shooting 7, 8 free throws a game. Now we're talking about RJ Barrett being more of a impactful guy, because now instead of people whacking RJ at the rim or 2 or 3 guys collapsing on RJ, they have to be cognizant that RJ Barrett is more of a free throw threat. Now you just can't waste fouls because RJ Barrett is going to make you pay at the free throw line. That's something new. We hadn't seen that. If we had saw this in the Miami series, we might be having a different conversation today, is what I'm saying.
I get that.
Mm-hmm. I think the adjustments have been made through film study. Now, what our major concern is, and I think all of us have this concern, is what's going to happen when the NBA adjusts to the adjustments that we made. Are we confident that Tom Thibodeau can make adjustments to the forthcoming adjustments? Because the league is going to adjust, right? Is Tibbs the guy that's going to be able to make adjustments or add flavor and seasoning to the adjustments that he made? I'm not confident in that.
Good point.
I'm not confident at all in Tom Thibodeau's head coach of the Knicks going forward.
If you're talking about the offense, it comes down to the player, because this is the thing. If you're running an offense like you're talking about, where there's different options off of every pass, there's different reads, regardless of where the ball is, there's different reads.
Right.
The defense can make whatever adjustments they want. You just move to the next option. What the issue becomes when you don't have those players They make adjustment. You move to the second option. You move to the third option, and now you don't have players that can execute the third option. That's the issue. So when you think about a Golden State and the offense they run, people talk about the offense, but it's the players. You could take away the first option, they can execute the second. You take away the second, they can execute the third. You take away the third, here comes Steph Curry, the first option coming back around. So you can make whatever adjustments you want. If you have the personnel, you're going to be able to, regardless of the adjustments, find a shot for yourself. When you don't have those players, they take away one or two options. Now your offense, is dead in the water. This is the issue. This is the issue with the Knicks. Everybody in our starting lineup, not necessarily the closing lineup, but in the starting lineup, is not an offensive threat. So they take away one or two options, your offense is dead. What kind of adjustment you want to make? Unless you're going to bring in a substitution.
Right. So I just want to. So if you take away Steph Curry, then you go to Clay, right? And then if you take away Steph and Clay, then you go to Wiggins. And then if you do all of that in 24 seconds, then you take away Steph, because you can't hold Steph down you're not going to hold Steph down for that long. Right,
he comes back around.
Right, and then non-shooter scorers on the floor. What are you going to do for Kevon Looney and what's my guy name?
Draymond
Green. Yeah, what you going to do with Draymond Green and Kevon Looney? Right. I'm in the mindset that you can have a flowing offense without 5 offensive players on the floor, because Golden State won championships with Kevon Looney and Draymond Green. And I know Draymond Green is a conduit, right? And Looney is a conduit also. He's an excellent ball mover and screener. He don't get credit for being that, but he is key in Golden State winning championships. What I'm going to say about the Knicks, because I understand what you're saying about the players. I understand what you're saying about the players. I think that's our challenge, though, right? Our challenge is this, Queen B. What happens when you take Brunson and Randle away? Can we depend on RJ to be that third guy to reset offense and maybe get it back to Brunson or Randle? Or do we need to upgrade at RJ? Because RJ Barrett is not an Andrew Wiggins type offensive player.
Yeah, I mean, you can argue that. I will say this though. You can get away with not having an offensive player in your lineup, but when you look at Golden State, those other players are otherworldly. They draw a lot of attention, and they move, so you scrambling all the time. So Looney can find himself open. We don't have them type of players. I'm not gonna run around with RJ. Let him run around all he wants. I'm gonna stick right in the key. I'm not running around with any of those players. So that's why it makes it hard for a Mitch, because we don't have those type of shooters that draw attention and really stretch the floor. So it is a little different. But I agree, you can get away with
I would argue the reverse. I think the reason why we don't have the shooting is because Mitch is a non-factor on offense, period, until the shot goes up. Like Mitchell Robinson is not going to be a guy finding guys backdoor. Mitchell Robinson is not setting screens up top, knocking defenders out of the play. Mitchell Robinson is not going to pull up with a 5-foot floater or a 10-foot midi or any of those things. I think Mitch is a athletic offensive rebounder on offense. But until that time of the offense comes, he's a complete non-factor, right? He's a complete. He's not going to dribble. He's not going to pass. Mitchell Robinson on most plays ain't even going to look at the rim unless it's an offensive rebound putback.
Correct.
Right.
He's not going to move the offense along, even if you're not scoring. You can still move the offense along.
Right. But Kevon Looney, on the other hand, catches a rebound, dribbles back out to the elbow, looks for Draymond or whoever's running the offense, right? He's a threat. If from 10 foot in, if you disrespect Looney, he can go to and dunk, or he at least get to the free throw line, right? Something. He's going to be some type of offensive conduit where when he'll pass the ball to Draymond and go screen away for Clay to get open and then come back and cut to the rim. Whereas if you overplay Clay, then your big, who was taught from day one, when you don't have the ball and you're not screaming, screening. When you don't have the ball is away, go put your head underneath the rim. That way, when people get in trouble, they know they're big. They know where their big is. It's like throwing the ball to the tight end. You know the tight end is always going to be in some type of place to be a safety valve. Mitch does none of that. He's just on offense a super athletic, tough offensive rebounder that doesn't even look positive on dribble handoff scenarios. Right? Mitch doesn't even look like a threat in a dribble handoff. Like when he does a dribble handoff, he is no threat to keep that ball, turn around and shoot it, or put the ball on the floor, any of that. Mitchell Robinson is basically a screener giving the ball off. That's it.
Freeze, I got to step off real quick. I'm sorry, y'all. Freeze, I got to step off, man. I got to make an appointment. Queen, nice meeting you. Good talking to you. AD, thank you. SDJ, of course, and my man King Ribby. Freeze, you already know how I feel about you, big bro. And whatnot to the chat, man. Peace, y'all. I'll catch up with y'all later, man. All right.
All right, Julius Randle. We'll holler at you later, bro.
Yeah, get on out of here, man. Peace.
All right, boss.
Yeah, I'm about to get myself too.
But it was always a pleasure to be with you guys.
I have a good one.
The season is back. Freezie's back with the 3-hour morning show.
The season is back. A 3-hour tour. So I'm hanging out for a little bit because I got some other things that I want to get to. So I want to make sure that I touch on some other things really quick. So let me pull up this. Not that. Maybe I will do that. Maybe I will switch back to that. I'll switch back to that and then pull up this. This is one of the things that I want to talk about. Bim. And then Bim. Okay, there we go.
Morning Scotch, AD.
The morning Scotch, that's what it is. So just want to ask everybody real quick. Can Emmanuel quickly handle the big stage consistently? And is he the breakout player? And is he the veteran point guard that this team desperately needs?
I don't know. Yes and yes.
Okay.
let me answer those. Let me answer those real quick. I don't know to the first. Yes to the second. Yes to the next second.
Okay.
All right. What's the order you just said again?
It's on the screen.
Oh, okay. Yes. Yes. Nah, I don't think so.
Oh, well.
I think he'd trade chip. In my opinion.
A trade chip?
I mean, I'm sorry. A piece to get somebody else.
Right.
You said it right. You thought he's a trade chip.
Yeah. I would say
bigger player.
I would say I'm gonna say this, and I know this is gonna sound bizarre, right? But I do think Emmanuel quickly can handle playing in the Garden. As a matter of fact, I think of all the guys brought into New York the last 5 or 6 years, I think Quickly is the guy that's built for New York. I think Jalen Brunson can handle New York. right? I think Dante DiVincenzo can handle New York. I think Josh Hart can handle New York. I think Emmanuel Quickly is only built for Cuban links. You feel me? For those that understand where I'm going with it, right?
Yeah, but it's like, not to cut you off. It's when I see, it's like he didn't. Why haven't they gave him a contract extension yet? So they basically trying to see one or two things.
Wait, but let me answer the first question first.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me answer the first question first. How come they haven't come up with a contract, a dollar amount? And I'm going to ask you this, and I'm going to ask you this man to man. You know, I respect you, bro. I love your talent, bro. So I'm asking you this with all due respect, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bro, have you ever asked your lady what she want to eat for dinner? Bro, when you talking about it take 3 days, bro, just to decide on that. And so when it comes to two sides talking about money, nah, bro. You already know what it is in terms of that. Yeah, King Ribby, you see where I'm going with it, bro?
Yeah.
Like I'm gonna ask it. I'm gonna ask it in a different way. You ever been around a dude that can rap and ask him to pick a beat? Bro, do you know how long that take, bro?
Yeah. Always.
You know what I'm saying? Like when you ask two sides to make a decision, bro, it's never easy, bro. It's never cut and dry, bro. Yo, no, and listen, I asked Miss Mocha the other day, no lie, we was just dinner options. I was like, yo, no lie, 8 o'clock the previous day, I'm like, hey, what you want to do for this such and such event tomorrow? And no disrespect to my girl, I love her. I ain't being disrespectful at all. But it was like, what? Sometimes the decision-making process is hard. It's complicated.
She flipped it back on you. No, what do you want to do, Uncle Freezie? And then you went, what do you want to do, Miss Mocha? And then she said, what do you want to do, Uncle Freezie? And then it went on, on. And then both just finally just sat on the couch.
We just sitting there.
Fell asleep.
Yeah, we like, okay, what is it, Papa John's or what? You know what I'm saying, or something. You know what I'm saying. What I'm saying is with certain entities like Quickly, who really believes in himself, right? And with the Knicks, who really have a mindset that everybody should take a hometown discount, right? When you have Quickly, who thinks he could be a star at the point guard position, and the Knicks, whose stance is we're always offering hometown discounts, it's going to take them forever to get on the same page, bro. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it's a Quickly thing. I don't think it's a Knicks thing. It's merely they're negotiating. They both want to be together, right? Because you didn't hear from Quickly's camp that he's not signing anything. You never heard a peep out of Quickly's camp saying he doesn't want to sign a long-term extension.
Isn't he a free agent after this year?
Mm-hmm.
No, a restricted free agent after this year.
Free agent.
If he doesn't come up with, I think I forget when the deadline is, but the deadline is coming up. And if he doesn't sign an extension in October, then he'll be a restricted free agent next summer.
So somebody will definitely give him a contract, and the Knicks will have to match.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So you'll
be looking at right. The Washington Wizards are going to be all over this.
Absolutely.
Right. The Brooklyn Nets will be all over the Quickly train.
Absolutely.
It's going to be an abundance, and some teams are going to come from out of nowhere right? I think it's
Some
the New
money.
Orleans Pelicans that are going to come out of nowhere and offer quickly the bag, or offer, or the rumor is they're going to offer quickly a bunch of money, right, for his services, and I don't blame quickly.
No,
I wouldn't either. Not playing.
not in the least.
Right.
He's in a unique situation because he's probably, from his negotiating side, he's probably looking at RJ's contract and saying, I want RJ's money.
Right.
Especially since things have gone up. And they're probably looking at him and like, well, maybe we'll give you slightly more than what we gave Hart.
Right. Right. And the thing too to consider is, if you're quickly, why would you take DiVincenzo money for DiVincenzo years?
No way.
Like why would you lock yourself in as the backup when you know you're a starting caliber point guard in the NBA? Now, is he a starting caliber? Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, bro.
No, I said I would fire my agent if he came to me with that.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
He's definitely negotiating as I'm a starting, because he played 31 minutes last year? About that? 29, something like that.
I think
played
so.
in like both slots.
Right. 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 So if you're quickly, why would you diminish your future earnings just to help this team win in the short term? And then if they don't win in the short term, you're still locked into all those years on limited money.
You wouldn't, but here's the flip side of that for quickly. They brought in DiVincenzo.
Right.
So your margin for error is less. Right. All of that, remember, he kind of had carte blanche in that second unit with Thibodeau, because he didn't have, a better option at times than quickly. DiVincenzo now gives you that. He's a better catch and shoot. He's a 40% catch and shoot. He can defend, from quickly side. When you're in the game, you have to be in the game.
Right. Right. Okay.
It's a lot more pressure on him now versus last year. Definitely.
Okay. Okay.
See, that's the thing with the organization. They have a muddied backfield, and they refuse to make the move to alleviate some of this.
I agree.
Yeah. Yeah.
See what I'm saying? But they have hopefully they don't KP it.
I think that's where we're headed.
You see what I'm saying? Like, hopefully they don't KP it, because he's that valuable. He's a valuable young piece.
All right. So Sherwood asked, please give me one team who will start IQ at point guard. Before I do that, let me ask this. Is Emmanuel Quickly a starting point guard in today's NBA? In my opinion, absolutely.
I can name 3 to 5 teams right now he can start for.
I can almost name 20 teams in the NBA that will take these numbers. Before we say Quickly's name, listen to these numbers, because I think we do these false fake ass narratives, like and we do, and Knicks fans should be ashamed of themselves too, by the way, because Knicks fans do this in a heartbeat. Quickly ain't no starter, blase blah, Quickly this, Quickly that. We always diminish our own players and be quick to go out there and we need Joel Embiid. Right. And Joel Embiid shot 39% in the playoff. 34% in the playoffs as a center. The league MVP, he the best player in the league. He the league MVP. Shot 34% from the floor.
Facts.
And we out here like, we need Joel Embiid, but Quickly ain't a starter, right? Here's Emmanuel Quickly's numbers as a starter. 39 minutes a game, 45% from the 47% from the floor, 40% from three, 85% from the free throw line, 5.5 rebounds a game, 5 assists a game, 1.2 steals a game, 1 turnover, and 23 points a game. What NBA team would turn down those numbers at point guard? What NBA team would turn down 23, 5 and 5, 40% from the floor, elite on-ball defender, and 1 turnover? How dare an NBA team want that as their starting point guard?
Yeah.
No, those numbers aren't good enough, man. 23, 5.5, 5, almost 2 steals, 23 points a game, and great on-ball defense. Ooh, I would never want my point guard to do that.
Yeah, that's madness.
I mean, come on, bro. What are we doing out here? This is crazy. And this is not like it's a small sample size, because in that time, Quickly played 39 minutes a game as the starter. This dude played more minutes than Randle as the starter. And we out here talking about we would never take that as the point guard? We saying Dante DiVincenzo is better, and Dante DiVincenzo averages 9 points a game? Man, what? Knicks fans, I'm gonna have to put somebody at the door, bro. I'm gonna have to put some bouncers at the door to check Knicks fans before they come in the door, bro. Because
before they come in,
yeah. Because some of this stuff, it sounds like Brooklyn Nets fans, bro.
Mm.
Who would want 23, 5 and 5, 40% shooting, great on-ball defense with 1 turnover a game at point guard? What are we talking about? Knicks. AD, a few months ago, you remember when I told you that some Knicks fans have become wine sippers? They drink with their damn pinky up. Remember that? King Ribby, some Knicks fans are drinking with their pinky up, bro. That's where we are. When you don't want 23, 5 and 5 on 47% from the floor, 40% from 3, great on-ball defense, and 1 turnover a game, Knicks fans will be like, but that 1 turnover might be crucial. What are we talking about, man? What are we talking about?
They locked up RJ quicker than they locked up Quickly, or thought to lock up Quickly. Think about that. Last year, this time, RJ was locked up.
Right.
Quickly's uncertain.
I don't know where. I think our search for narratives and stuff has taken us too far. We've searched for narratives so much that we've lost our way. You out here shopping for guys that you already have? What are we doing?
Yeah, you would have to get better than him to move him at this point. At this point, you'd have to get a really. If you're moving him, he has to be in a very, like this is a no-brainer trade.
Right.
Which we know that this management is not about that life.
Right. I'm lost on that. How? Yeah. I'm lost on that, where I can't even believe this is even a real thing. Right?
No, he could start for a lot of NBA teams.
Yeah,
he could definitely. I'm thinking of 5 off the top of my head that runs quick that he could be able to start for.
Yeah, I just said that. It's crazy.
Right.
And depending on what you're looking for, when we say point guard, you know, let's say you threw him in the Golden State. They're not looking for him to be the point guard. They're looking for him to be a guard.
Right. And right. Hey, but AD, here is just real quick as a comp, right? Dante DiVincenzo's numbers as a starter last season, right? He started more games than quickly, right? Played 30 minutes a game. He shot 42% from the floor. He shot 38% from three, 87% from the free throw line, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, and more turnovers than quickly, and scored 13 less points per game. This dude scored 10 points a game, and we want to put Dante DiVincenzo in the Emmanuel Quickly conversation. I love Dante DiVincenzo, but I love him for what he is. Right? I love him for what he is. Dante DiVincenzo is a good NBA player, but he's 10 points a game on 42% from the floor.
No doubt, Freezie. But he gives you something that on nights when you're not getting it from Quickly and an RJ, he gives you something well, you know, those are going to be rare nights for Brunson. I'm not even thinking that, you know, he gives you something that, you know, he gives you a changeup. He gives you support, you know, not that he's gonna take from IQ, but he just makes Quickly margin for error less. That's all I'm saying with that.
Right, and what I'm saying, I like them both. I'm not complaining about either. I just want to be real, right? I'm not one of those Knicks fans that think we always need a savior. Like a dude that averages 9 points a game is going to come here and average 23 points a game. We got to relax, bro. Right? We got to relax. I'm a Knicks fan that don't think we. King Ribby, you remember that song? We don't need another hero.
Yeah.
We don't need another. Yeah, I'm that fan, bro. I'm that Mad Knicks fan where I feel like that. For instance, King Ribby, somebody asked me a long time ago. They were like, "Yo, how come you stopped having guests on the show?" Right? And I told them as plain as could be. Like, why have outside guests on the show when all my homeboys up here on the show and we rock fine as is, right? What do I need? And I know this is gonna sound weird, but what do I need outside guests for when me and AD or me and Bully or me and others can rock and the show be fine, be great like that? What I'm saying is what I'm getting at is just because we added Dante DiVincenzo don't mean he gonna come here and turn into Allen Houston.
2.0.
That ain't happening, bro. We gotta relax.
But you know what, Freezie, to that point, to add on, it's sometimes it's a player finds a niche in a location.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? When Wallace got to Detroit, remember he had a brief stop in, what was that, Atlanta? All right. Then he gets to Detroit. Was it Atlanta or was it Toronto? I can't remember when he leaves Portland. But he gets to Detroit and it's a match made in heaven. Same thing with Ben Wallace. He gets to Detroit, it's a match made in heaven. That place fits what they were all about.
Same thing with Julius Randle.
Right, kind of the same thing, but it's just taking Randle longer. See what I'm saying? Sometimes you'll get in with someone, you know, or someone gets into a location and it's like boom, peanut butter and jelly.
Right.
You know, and we're hoping that's what DiVincenzo can be. Like this environment fits him kind of like Hart. This environment fits him. This is what he's all about. Let's go.
Right.
That can breathe. Same thing with Larry Johnson. Remember that? Remember when Larry first got here?
Right.
All Larry did was just hug. He just kept hugging people. Remember that? After every damn play. hugging.
Right.
Nick dudes are like, yo, we do chest bumping around here. We didn't do all that hugging. But it caught on because they saw that he was a genuine dude.
Right.
Like the energy he brought was, yeah, he's a tough dude and whatever. But he also brought like a different type of camaraderie where he wasn't afraid to show, his like, or what I'm saying, his appreciation for his teammates in that way.
Right.
And it took on when he started doing the LJ. Who in the city wasn't doing the LJ?
Who in the city wasn't doing haters? Haters.
I was growing my beard. I was growing my beard at that point too.
I'm still trying to grow my beard, bro.
Am I late?
Am I late to the party, bro?
Never late with a beard.
I'm trying to get a beard like that, man. You talking about?
Yeah, you gotta keep working on it, young man. You gotta keep working.
Yeah. But my thing is with the Quickly thing is the guy has shown when given the opportunity, he can thrive in a bigger role. The thing is, we eat our young so desperate. Like people legit are in the chat criticizing Quentin Grimes. I mean, Jay Boogie said he is headed down that Kevin Knox road, right? Jay Boogie said he headed down that Kevin Knox road, right? We criticized RJ. I said RJ Barrett's ceiling is either Jimmy Butler and his floor is Stanley Johnson, right? Right. With the young guys, we legit don't give these guys, when they do good, we like, oh, that's what I expected. But when they do bad, we knock their head off. Right? Like Grimes can score 20 and we be like, yeah, man, that's what we've been wanting. I just need to see that a few more times. I think he can average 18, right? But when he scores 6, we taking that man to the guillotine. Yo, it's just like we gotta relax. Like RJ Barrett the other night, I got text messages. My phone was blowing up. RJ Barrett was headed to the free throw line over and over and over again. People was like, yeah, man, that's the RJ that I want to see. And then that's one group, right? And then when RJ got cold from the floor, the RJ haters was blowing up my phone. See what I mean? He can't even score against backups. And I was like, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, yo, we gotta relax, man. I mean, come on, bro. Listen. What as a fan of an NBA team, would I like for this team to trade for SGA, Giannis, and Joel Embiid in the same day? Yes. Because it's likely we're gonna win a championship. Would I like for us to trade for Devin Booker and Victor Wembanyama and Paolo Banchero and Pascal Siakam? Yeah, because it seemed like we'll win a championship if we do that. But things like that don't happen. All falls down, bro. You got to work with what you get. You know what I'm saying? You got to. We have to turn this thing from we have to turn it from a drama into a Love Jones. You know what I'm saying? And I understand everybody feels like they know basketball, right? Everybody's gonna be like, "Yo, Uncle Freezie, I watched 90 hours of film last week and quickly didn't do this right." Right? I know. I watch film too. I break down basketball and stuff too. I do that. It's just I'm a nerd like that. I just like to do that. That's my passion. I'm not saying it should be yours. What I'm saying is ultimately, no player in the NBA is gonna thrive without teammates. The team has to be good. Michael Jordan didn't win championships with those teams that he had when he first got there. Michael Jordan started winning championships in 91. He had been in the league 7 years already. Michael Jordan didn't win a championship till he was 28. We expect RJ to win one at 23. I mean, we gotta relax. We gotta relax and understand where we are. Grimes is a good NBA basketball player. RJ is a good NBA basketball player. The same thing for Quickly, right? We just gotta relax, bro.
But are they what we need to win a championship, Freezie? See, that's two different conversations.
I think do you have a championship level coach? Has your franchise proven that they can sustain winning over numerous years? How about that? I think that's one question that I have to ask.
No.
Well, the answer is no.
Right. So I just can't put it all on the players.
I can't. Well, you're right. You can't put it all on the players because it's one hand washes the other. I get it.
Right. Right.
But those are parallel questions. But we're not asking two questions at the same time. We're asking one. We're talking about the players just from a player standpoint. Sometimes we give too much credit to certain players that we like, aka Knox, aka Frank, and to some players that we look at them and they're just not the kind of players in our eyes. And it basically stems from us not getting that blue chip guy since Ewing.
Right.
You could look around the league everywhere in the league. And over that 30-year span, that 35, 38-year span, everybody has gotten a blue chip guy.
Or two.
Or
two. Three.
Or three.
Yep.
Or four.
Right. Like the Lakers, like the Celtics, the Spurs, the Heat.
Not the Knicks.
Not the Knicks.
And I mean something that you've drafted.
Right.
So we're talking 40 years of futility at drafting. That's why you can't win. That's why
not drafting.
Or not drafting. That's why your fan base is in chaos when it comes to some players because they believe, shit, I know the player better than you.
Right. Right. Right.
Because you haven't done it.
That's the point. That's the point that I'm getting at. Like, my thing is so I'm gonna make a few people upset when I say this, but I don't mean it as that. I mean it as this. We gave Obi Toppin a quadrillion chances. He not that guy, right? Emmanuel Quickly has proven when he's the starter that he's that guy. And we want to ship him out too, like we did Obi. Now the Obi fans are gonna say that we didn't give Obi a quadrillion chances. Obi was in the rotation with an all-star, right? If that all-star thrived in a certain role, why wouldn't the backup try to do the same thing? You know what I'm saying? Don't try to pave a new road. Take the easy road. Do what Randle did. If Randle can do it, I can do it too. If I was Obi, I would have been training with Randle, right? I'm like, yo, you know what I'm saying? I got more physical attributes than this dude got. I wonder what it is that he's doing. I'm going to glean some stuff from him and try to make myself that guy. Quickly, only played with a legit point guard for one season, right? He only played with a legit all-star caliber guard one season. One.
Who was that?
And as a starter, he was 23 points a game, 47% from the floor. No.
Oh.
Brunson.
Oh.
Yeah, Brunson. You know what I'm saying? Like, think about all the guards that Quickly played with, right? Were they all-star caliber guards? Austin Rivers, Alfred Payton, Dennis Smith Jr., Frank Ntilikina, Alec Burks, Kemba Walker, Derrick Rose, Evan Fournier. Nah. Quickly is the one that should have been like, yo, I mean, Quickly is the one that could have complained, right? You know. Yeah. Hey, thank you for that, Nick Yak, too. I've been meaning to put Nick Yak thing up here, but Nick Yak says front office now has us as a playoff team with lots of picks. I agree with him, right? But that's not the question. Nick Yak, the question was not can this front office make us a playoff team, or can this front office acquire a lot of draft picks? The question was, is this organization set up to sustain a championship contender? And can they draft blue chippers? So I mean, I'm just thank you for your answer, man. But you know, we were trying to get more in depth in that. So if it came across as a shallow question, that's not where I was going with it. My question is, instead of it just being the players, if it's just the players, right? Then why can't we point the finger to the front office and the coaching staff? Is this a championship level coaching staff? Is this a championship level organization? And if the answer to those are no, then how come we can put the majority of the blame on the players? Is it because we just see the players and we don't see the front office? Right? Sherwin says Peyton was not a scorer. It was a legit point. Peyton did everything I want from a point guard except shoot. Yeah, but Sherwin, that's what you
is mad.
That's what you want. Elfrid Payton in no universe is a championship level point guard.
Sherwin is
no
universe. In no universe. Not the ones we know of or the ones we don't know of.
There is no universe where he's a championship level
point
guard at all.
Period. I like Payton. I thought Payton was a nice piece that you would bring in off the bench because he could run offense and he could defend, but in no universe am I thinking that if I gotta make a trade and to make the money work and we gotta throw Payton in there, I'm like, dude, pack your bags, my guy.
Right.
You're nowhere near that guy. I can pick up you at the Rucker.
Yes.
Let's keep it a buck.
Right.
Let's keep it all the way. Payton.
Elfrid Payton, what do we eat? We're not even speaking the same
what are we talking
language.
about? We're not even speaking. What are we talking about? Elfrid Payton?
Right. Yeah. The thing is to what AD said. I just pivoted on what AD said about the players. Like if these guys are not championship level players, can we also? It's about not being hypocritical. Right? It's about not being hypocritical. Like if the players are not championship level, can we also ask the same question about every level in the organization? Is James Dolan a championship level owner?
No.
Is that a fair question to ask? If we ask that about the players?
Super fair. No.
That's all I want to get at, AD. Like
no.
in these conversations we have, I think sometimes I think we let the kids run the kindergarten, right? Like we legit let the kids run the kindergarten, right? Little kids eating glue, kids got stars and glitter all on their hair, gum. And I think that's what we do sometimes when it comes to these narratives. What we should do, though, however, is whatever is good for the goose should be good for the gander. Mm-hmm. Whatever question that we ask. Like if we ask if Quickly could be consistent, we should be asking the same thing for RJ Barrett. We should be asking the same thing about Grimes, right? And that way we can have a more fair, robust, and just conversation about where this team is going.
Well, it starts from the top down. To your point, to the question as far as is Dolan a championship owner, coach? Owner. No, he's not. He's only had what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 playoff appearances in 27 years.
27 years, yeah.
As the owner,
yeah,
that's horrible.
That's horrible.
He doesn't roll as an owner that is the most valued franchise in the game.
Right.
You know, he'd rather have disputes and lock himself away and this bunkerish mentality. It's us against the world, and we'll only let this person. Take a look like at the late Dr. Buss and how he ran the Lakers. It's everything first class. There's no such thing as bad press. We invite all of this. Because why? It's LA, baby. It's all sunshine
and it didn't start that way either. He made it that way.
He made it that way. He made you want to go to the Forum Club.
Right.
He made you want to step on that red carpet.
Right.
That plush red carpet
He made you buy a limousine so that you can show up to the Lakers game in a limousine.
He made you want to do that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You ain't never heard of one of his stars over the years said, you know, a security wouldn't grant me entrance in the side door, and
you read my mind.
You ain't never heard no nonsense like that. Can you imagine? Can you imagine Jack Nicholson not getting his tickets?
Right. Or ushered to his seat.
Why? He's a part of the fabric.
Right.
That guy, he goes in the other way. Dolan looks at it in the other way, like you should want to be here.
Right. No doubt. I to AD's point, I'll say this, and I'm not trying to kick anybody that's out the door, but I was at, I think we may have been in Memphis. Right? This is like 2 years ago. Right? We were in Memphis, Tennessee at a Knicks game, bro. Think about how far away Memphis, Tennessee is from your house.
Pretty far.
We were in Memphis, Tennessee. Scott Perry, Allen Houston are in the like 4 rows or 2 rows up behind the team, right? 2 rows up behind the team. Alec Burks is trash. You know what I'm saying? We watching Alec Burks and Fournier and Kemba Mad or whatever, right? And I say, yo, it's H2O. Allen Houston stands up, look around for me. I'm like, yo. He see me. He like, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, Scott Perry. You know, Scott Perry didn't turn his light skin behind around and wave to us. Scott Perry didn't even wave. And then we were sitting by the little cut, you know, the cut where the executives and players walk in the back. You know, there's a rail there for fans. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, Scott Perry, what's good? Perry, what's happening? Yo, I read your stuff on Twitter. I was even going to buy your book. Right? I'm thinking I'm going to do like everybody else and get a bookshelf behind me and put books on it or whatever. Get Scott Perry book, put it up there. Some others, you know, Blood in the Garden, all that stuff, and put it back there. Scott Perry didn't even acknowledge us, bro. And we're all the way in Memphis, Tennessee. Bro, and for those that don't know how far away that is, think about Arkansas, Mississippi. That's how far away it is.
They're detached. They have one of the greatest international fan bases there is, and they're detached from their fan base. Look at Sacramento over these last 3 years, over these last 3 freaking years, Freezie.
Right.
I would kill to have one of those beam shit at the Garden where we could run down there and hit it after the game, after a win.
Right.
And pizza for everybody.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Like they literally made their city and stuff again. Like the love is mutual.
Right.
There's a feeling like, all right, you know, we're gonna do this together. Not the president of the organization gives out a couple of words twice a year. You know, he's scared of his own shadow. They're scared to talk. You know, Perry's scared to turn around and to say, yo, what up?
Right. bro. And listen, I know he was hot, right? Because the Knicks are getting their skull kicked in, right? But bro, if you traveled all the way to Memphis, right? Think about how far. Think about what it's like. You travel all the way to Memphis in first class. Think about Knicks fans that travel to Memphis in regular class, right? And paid 20. I wound up paying $28 for barbecue and a flat Pepsi, right? Then getting your car drive all the way back. You know what I'm saying? You riding. You know what I'm saying? This is like a 2-day trip for a cat like me, right? This is you drive 7 hours, stop, drive 7 months. You know what I'm saying? You like, yo, what's going on? He did it to me in Atlanta. He did it to me in Charlotte. I was like, okay, whatever. But after a while, you like, yo, Scott Perry, what are you doing? And for the record, I like Scott Perry. But to AD's point, there is a detachment there. What are we doing?
What are we doing? You know, I'm not saying you have to be, every month, you got to be out there, whatever, but they're not doing it correctly.
Courtesy?
Okay.
Courtesy?
Where do we throw fans out of the game because they shouted their opinion?
When did entitled New Yorkers become soft? My thing is I heard I'm from New Jersey, right? I'm 8 minutes. I was born 8 minutes outside of Manhattan, and people are quick to tell me that I'm not from New York. I'm from New Jersey. I know that. I know that.
I know that.
I know that.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? I embrace being from Jersey. But if you from Brooklyn, are you 8 minutes from Midtown Manhattan? If you from Brooklyn? No,
15.
you are not.
About 15.
Yeah, you are
15.
not 8 minutes away, bro. That's what I'm saying. What I'm getting at is there's this thing, and New Yorkers tell me all the time that if you can make it here, you can make it anywhere. Anybody? Yeah, hey, King Rich, you ever heard that before?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You hear that all the time, right? Since when did Dolan become so soft where he can't take criticism?
He's always been like that.
Right, that's what I'm saying. What are we doing?
He's always been like that. He's always been like that, and he helped to form that dark cloud. Remember at one point when Knicks fans had took a petition right in front of the Garden, and they had all these signatures. That's how you got, Phil Jackson.
Right.
Right. Because he couldn't take it anymore. So he was like, you know what? I'll get the guy with the most rings. He ain't coming to coach. He ain't coming to coach. He's coming to dismantle a playoff team to get Barry Larkin's son to be point guard.
Shame. And then criticize him every time he see him.
And I'm not talking about comeback Shane out the Great Western. I'm talking about Shane Larkin.
Shane Larkin.
That man said, we are going to, I promise you, he sounded like Obama in 2008. Remember when Obama was saying, I'm going to go line by line, and we're going to go and unearth capital from the government and things that whatever.
Right.
Phil Jackson was saying the same thing. We're going to go to everybody's bench, and we're going to unearth talent that's out there, and we're going to find da-da-da-da, and he found Shane Larkin.
Oh my God.
He trades Tyson Chandler for a bucket of fries and some cold wings. He moves out Shumpert, and he trades Shumpert and what's my man? Oh my God. The other shooting guard that we got from Denver? Oh my God.
JR.
He trades Shumpert and JR to Cleveland. They win a championship like that same year. They go off walking around without shirts on for like a year.
That's a fact.
You can't make this, and this all trickles down from who? From Dolan. From Dolan. This all trickles down from Dolan. So to the question, is Dolan a championship owner? Hell no. But he's the owner of our team.
Yeah.
So you can't fire the owner. Well, in today's NBA, you can, but we can't fire the owner.
Gotta take what you leave. This is crazy.
See what I'm saying? It's crazy. It takes more than just the right players to win the championship. It's the players, it's the owner, it's people in the organization, it's everything. There's a reason why Golden State is, their run has been so long. They might have got lucky to get Curry, but you know what? They weren't dumb enough to trade him.
That's a fact. Injuries and all.
Injuries and all. Remember that? Remember when they had?
Yeah.
Remember when they had Monte Ellis?
Yeah.
And they traded Monte Ellis. The city of Golden State. They almost had a fucking riot when they traded Monte Ellis.
Look at Damian's reward was. It's
right?
Crazy.
Yeah. They just held on to what they had and kept adding to it, and bingo bongo. You know what I'm saying? Bingo bongo. You have the right people in charge that are making the right decisions. The head of their organizations, they never played basketball. He was an agent. Myers, who quit the other day, he wasn't no basketball player. He was an agent.
Right. Relationships.
But you know what? He knew him and his people. They knew enough to put the right people in charge, right? And to pull the moves at the right time. They moved as a unit to go sign KD, whether we approve of the deal or not. They went out there and got him to a championship team.
Right. Right. And you know what else? You know what the key piece to all of that was, though?
Salute.
And G Money, what's good, bro?
What's going on?
And the key piece to what AD said is the Golden State Warriors owner, Joe Lacob, was win a championship at all cost. He made a promise to the Warriors fans that they were going to win a championship. And when they fell short, that man hired Jerry West. Bro,
okay.
He made a promise to the Warriors fans. Remember when they booed him when he traded Monte Ellis? Anybody remember that?
Oh yeah.
When they booed him.
Rick Barry had to get on the mic.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Rick Barry had to do a ODB moment.
Right. Right. They were on him like white on rice about the Monte Ellis trade for Andrew Bogut. Right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Right? But that man promised them he was committed to winning the championship. And guess what they did? See, Dolan don't do that. And I like Dolan, right? I even like Leon Rose and all them guys. But it's not about ability. It's about who's suitable for the job.
Right.
You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
So, AG Money, who you think is going to be the Knicks breakout player this season?
I'm going to say, I have a weird feeling I'm going to say Quentin Grimes. I think Quentin Grimes is going to blossom this year. I'm going Grimes.
Okay. King Ribby, you feel the same?
Right.
I say my man, RJ.
Okay.
Possible.
Okay.
Efficiency. And less threes.
I can see the Knicks offense. I can see the Knicks offense set up for RJ to thrive.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the year that R.J. Barrett passes Julius Randle or surpasses Julius Randle?
No, in my opinion, no. I like RJ Barrett. He has a lot of heart and grit. I don't think he's going to pass Randle this season, no.
Hold on, surpass him in what?
Overall player.
Yeah.
No. What the hell? No. Not yet.
Dang, YouTube just said
if even a yet is, I don't see, not yet.
YouTube just hit me with a thing about the thing not being suitable. Did something happen when I was away?
What?
What?
YouTube just hit me with a thing about the video not being suitable for advertisers. I don't understand that. I was away for like 2 minutes. YouTube, what are you doing? YouTube is bizarre, bro.
It's their world.
YouTube is bizarre, bro.
You just a squirrel trying to get a nut.
Yeah, man. Man. YouTube just I don't understand it, man. It's just I don't understand YouTube, man. At times.
I think it was the Julius Randle we were talking about. We were talking too much Lakers. Too much Dr. Bus.
Yeah. Every time we're critical of Knicks ownership, this happens, man.
Dolan got mad. He got
mad. And flex his muscle.
Dolan needs to just learn to ignore it, man. Here's my advice for Dolan. If you don't like the criticism, just don't listen. Ignore and move on. That's my advice for Dolan. Stop whining and just plug in the right pieces.
Or just be like, bro, do you know how much I get criticized for Blorange Tears?
Mm-hmm.
I get criticized for Blorange Tears all the time and be on every day. You know what I'm saying? It's like when you're in this realm, when you're in the public eye. When you're in the public eye, you know what I'm saying? Some people gonna love you, some people gonna hate you. It don't,
embrace it.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
Embrace it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I remember when someone, I think it was Theo Epstein, who called the Yankees the evil empire. It was the wrong thing. The Yankees took on the moniker.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. The Pistons, you called them the bad boys. They said, "Oh, okay, that works." That's who we now are. Embrace it. Embrace who you are. Flex like you're the number one team in the league.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Make moves that, not just when the argument is always when they use the Knicks in these soon to be players, that's going to be whatever. The reason why they're able to do that, because they are always in the position of begging. Always in the position of save us, begging. Because they can never draft anybody.
Right.
This is always their problem. And then they get guys who are willing to beg.
Right.
Or who don't know when to pull the trigger.
Right. Or, man, the frustration is they may know when to pull the trigger and don't know how, or don't know when and can't, or know how to pull the trigger and can't. Like Scott Perry. Scott Perry knew how to pull the trigger, but he didn't always know when. And then you got others that don't even know when to pull the trigger. Right? Like, if y'all notice, the 3 drafts before this summer, the Knicks were always active in the draft because of Scott Perry. When Scott Perry was gone, y'all noticed the Knicks didn't even draft anybody.
2 years in a row.
Didn't make a trade. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I mean, some things, we're scratching our heads like, what are we really doing out here?
And please don't get me started with Scott Perry, okay? Let's not give him no flowers. Okay? Let's not do the once a Knick, always a Knick for Scott Perry. I'm sorry. I remember how they bumbled and mumbled and befuddled KD right out the building. Or he didn't even get invited into the building. Excuse me. He was a part of that management. Him and Mills. Remember that? Remember when they lost them that July day? Within 24 hours, you had 5 power forwards.
Yeah.
That was it. That was his consolation prize.
Yeah. It was the day after, or 2 days after we drafted RJ, everything started falling apart. Right? Everything.
They signed 9, they brought in 9 new faces, and they didn't have a press conference for not near one of them.
Right.
They just snuck them into town. Okay? That was Scott Perry. That was Scott Perry.
He just snuck them into town, like second shift workers.
Like nobody realized that you signed Elfrid Payton.
Right. Oh my God, bro. Oh my God.
They just snuck in 9 new people and just had media day.
And Leon Rose is not much better because he came in and the first thing he did was cut Alonzo Trier. That was the first thing he did.
Very first thing.
Was waive Alonzo Trier. People forget that, man. The first day on the job, that morning, the Knicks have released. They released Alonzo Trier. Then y'all remember Kadeem Allen?
It was like the NBA had a secret meeting about Alonzo Trier.
Yep.
Because the moment he came in, he cut Trier. You never heard from Alonzo Trier ever again.
Ever.
I'm like, dude, the last time I saw Alonzo Trier, he was shooting 44% from threes, I think.
Right.
But whatever he did to rub whoever he rubbed the wrong way, pause, that was it.
Right.
And Leon carried it out.
Right. Yeah. And Keith Turner's right. You can have all the assets in the world. If nobody wants them, they're useless. I agree. I agree with you on that. And Nicky X says we were 1 Randle injury and 2 games away from the ECF, but somehow can't see anywhere forward. Get glasses. Yeah, that's not what I'm saying. Nicky, I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't even care about last season because in my mind it's over with. What I care about is the coaching staff appearing to have figured out some stuff and they're trying to implement it.
Yeah.
All the stuff that we complained about last season, it appears that they saw the same stuff and they're trying to work on it. So all the stuff that happened last year, I think is water under the bridge. Good stuff and bad. I think it's a clean slate. And they are out here running things on offense that you hadn't seen from this Knicks team. And 2 things, whether you understand NBA offenses or not, I can point out 4 things that I know you saw if you watched both preseason games. You saw RJ Barrett going to the free throw line, getting free throws.
Mm-hmm.
You saw Quentin Grimes putting the ball on the floor, going to the basket, dunking. You saw Isaiah Hartenstein throwing backdoor passes to cutters. And you also saw Miles McBride knocking down threes at a high clip. Now, if you didn't see these things, you didn't watch the games. And all these things are generated from a new Knicks offense.
I like it.
Yeah.
You sound like you remember when Coca-Cola decided to change their formula and come out with New Coke? You sound like New Coke right now.
and that thing was terrible.
And that was trash. Yeah. Yo, literally, Pepsi had a party that same day.
Right.
They had a party giving out Pepsi all over the country. They were like, we won the Coca-Cola wars. We won.
Right.
New Coke.
And if you're Pepsi, you're absolutely right. You sure did. Right. Right. So, AD, do you feel like this team right now is going to be as competitive as last season, or do you think these new changes are going to take a while, and that once the Knicks get these new changes under wraps, then you'll see a better team on the other side?
I think he's gonna try it similar to what he tried earlier last year with Cam Reddish and whatever. And the moment it doesn't work, he's gonna revert back to he's gonna cut the roster. He's gonna play the guys that are the most efficient, that brings the most energy every game.
Wow.
I'm not saying it's like, he's gonna try it. I can see them trying implement some new things, and absolutely, why not? Right. But it doesn't work, or if they get off to remember they were like when he decided to change up things last year, I think they were like 11-13, something like that, 10-13.
10-13, yeah.
10-13.
That's 3 games off 500.
Right.
Okay, that's not that bad. You know what I mean? That's not like, you can literally make the argument like, okay, they're still getting used to Brunson and things are gonna, no, he went total scorch. You're done.
Right. Right.
That's why he can easily pull up the numbers when the Frenchie, decided to go James Harden light at his media day.
Right.
Like, look at the numbers. As soon as we did that, you never heard Tom Thibodeau ever come to no press conference talking none of that. But he was so pissed off by this dude. He's like, you know what? I'm tired of this dude. He probably was telling his man, watch, let him say something. Let him say something out of line. Watch what I'm about to do when it's my turn.
He gonna melt him.
Yep. Like, I'm tired of this dude.
Burners.
Yeah. I'm tired of this dude. You never heard him come up in those kind of, to get down with the numbers. Cause if you never heard Thibodeau before, you might almost think he was being petty.
Right. Right.
All right. But the truth of it is, we gave you $19 million. Go shopping.
Right. I think he is going to be the secret weapon, bro. I think he's the secret weapon.
Why have something and not use it? Why not bust to the last bullet? Yeah. That's Thibodeau's problem. See, right. And that's where he learned it from his predecessors, going all the way back to Riley. Stubborn to the end.
Right. Yeah,
that's true.
Stubborn right down to the end. It's my way philosophy. I mean, like, you mean to tell me you couldn't put Fournier in game 6 for 2 minutes to get 2 threes up?
Or Rose, a little bit of Rose.
A little bit of Rose to get a couple of threes up?
Right.
But that's up to Tibbs. I do agree with you that Tibbs needs to change. I do agree that Tibbs needs to be more open-minded. But hey, as the old saying goes, you cannot change a person. It's up to him to change.
Right. Or for people like AD's age, myself, we know the saying that you can't make a grown man do nothing. You know what I'm saying? That's for the older crowd. The older crowd, as soon as I said that, y'all knew exactly what I was talking about. Right? You can't make a grown man do nothing. You know what I'm saying? I wish I had a Curtis Mayfield track. There's a song like that. Curtis Mayfield. I wish I had Curtis Mayfield to do a song about that very topic. You can't make a grown man do nothing. Yeah, but what I will say is I think with the adjustments that Tibbs and his coaching staff have made, and they are grand and wide spreading, No more of this. No more of this camping out. Right. No more of this camping out for 8 seconds on 12 seconds on offense in one spot. If you're not moving and relocating, Tibbs is going to the bench and getting your replacement. I saw him do it one time. And when I saw his face, I was like, oh, snap. He must have put that up on the whiteboard or something. And the other thing I saw, too, that Tibbs said, if you're not running, if you're not showing energy on offense and defense, Tibbs is taking you out of the game, bro. Right? Tibbs taking you out of the game. Now, with that said, I think 30 minutes a game is going to have a new meaning. Right? 30 minutes a game is going to hit different this season. I think you'll see people numbers come down because 30 minutes a game last year, all defense, was one thing. Or 30 minutes a game last year, all offense, was another thing. But if you're not all offense and defense this year, them 30 minutes going to hit different. You're going to have to exert energy on both ends of the floor. And if not, I don't know if Tibbs going to have patience with you. John Bryce in the building was good. Was good. You know what I'm saying? I mean, yeah.
Well, like I said, it goes back to that. What I said before. I'm not saying he won't try it, but if it doesn't work out, try it and true.
Did he make these changes because he feel like he's on a hot seat, or is it because he thinks he understands the roster?
A little of both, because I think he needed to really take a look at a winnable series in Miami, and he had to be kicking himself in the head.
Right.
You know.
To your point, AD, wouldn't you think about backup power forward?
Yes, yeah. I would, but I would be thinking about getting more of a shooter from that position, whether it was the 4 or the 5. That's why I mentioned Nas Reed earlier, because I thought he would have been I thought he would have been a perfect complement to the front court. You know, interchangeable, someone, you know, that could play on the perimeter. You know, that gave you athleticism from that position. That you wasn't going to lose any athleticism from that position, I should say, and could defend. You know, they opted to stay in-house with Sims. That's what it looks like.
Right.
You know what I mean? If you're going for it, this now the Freezie point, are you really trying to win a championship? Like, I was watching what's the name the other night with the Lakers. Christian Wood. Again, you mean to tell me that you couldn't find it within you to bring in Christian Wood for that same deal that he gave the Lakers? You couldn't use a big that could shoot?
I think they already have Christian Wood on their roster.
Who's that?
Yeah. Who's that?
Nathan Knight.
What the hell?
I'm done.
And he said it with this serious face,
he
too.
said it with the most serious face. No, who's that? Nathan Knight.
Yeah. For anybody,
oh my God,
bro, King Ribby.
Yeah.
So to get fresh is a serious must. You can say Mr. Ice or say just. That's the point that I'm getting at. Anybody remember that? Bars. Bars.
Knight,
Anybody?
though?
Huh?
Like the Nathan Knight, though? Like, come on.
Yes.
Man.
Okay. Where do we go from there? Where do we go from Nathan Knight? Where do we go from there? Like,
Nathan Knight, bro. What Christian Wood offers is an Obi Toppin that can't jump. That's Christian Wood. Right? And if you traded away Obi, who can jump. Why would you bring in an Obi that can't jump?
Okay, Freezie, I get that point, but here's the points where you're missing. Remember that Portland team that loses to the Lakers, right, in Game 7? They don't necessarily have all of the best. They don't have any true one. They have a bunch of good 2s and 3s, right? But a bunch of good 2s and 3s and 4s, a collective, see what I'm saying, helps your collective, helps your overall argument, because those are still good players and trade assets. Christian Wood is not a bum. You know, whatever the rap is in Dallas, he still averaged 18 and 9.
But neither is Nathan Knight, bro.
Hold on. You
really serious about Nathan Knight? No, I thought you was joking before.
Exactly.
No, I really thought you was joking before, but now I know you're serious. You're really serious about Nathan Knight.
All I'm saying,
I don't give a damn if that was Knight Rider. Okay, how about that?
I'm saying that all I'm saying is, just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
I agree with that, but nah, man.
There you go. Didn't you just tell the world yesterday that quoting Stevie Wonder and superstitious, and you don't believe in things that go bump in the night? How do we go from that to this?
If you believe in things you don't understand, you are very superstitious. If you believe in things you can't understand, right?
I can't, not to cut you off, I can't go to my 2K and see Nathan Knight and he's 68. Oh, that don't fit with me. Like, what?
Huh? Nathan Knight.
Like, yo, a 2-way.
Wow.
Okay. So for
you could have said Roby, I guess. You get what I'm saying? Because he got a contract.
Right. Right. But what I'm gonna say to you guys is this. There was a time when people were like, yo, we got Oakley, but we need another guy, man. We need to go out and get us like a Buck Williams and a blah. And somebody was like, yo, what do you need with Buck Williams and Terry Cummins when we got Anthony Mason? And people were like, who was Anthony Mason? And now some of y'all got Anthony Mason, Anthony Mason tattoo on your heart. What I'm saying is just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. That's all I'm saying. Whatever happened, bro, a lot of the stars that have played here came from out of nowhere. They came off the radar. One of the top 3 point guard of all time, Clyde Frazier, he didn't go to UCLA. He went to Southern Illinois. He came off the radar. Charles Oakley didn't go to Virginia. He went to Virginia Union, off the radar. Willis Reed didn't go to Louisiana State. He didn't go to LSU. He went to Grambling. You feel me? Yo, Earl the Pearl didn't go to University of North Carolina. He didn't go to UNC. Right? What I'm saying is some of these guys, bro, that we gonna John Starks, off the radar guy. Some of these guys, bro, we just gotta open up, give guys an opportunity to prove themselves. Right? I mean, think about how many guys that we have taken that were on the radar that were bust. Think about all the dudes we drafted from Georgetown outside of Pat Ewing that wound up being trash.
The man's name is Nathan, damn it.
Yeah, man.
Okay?
Yeah, man.
Nathan.
Yo, we drafted King Ribby. You remember the point guard that we drafted out of Georgetown? No, he was probably you probably drafted him before you were born, probably. No disrespect. No disrespect.
No,
disrespect.
no,
Salute.
Can you see
That
Clyde going, Nathan rolling down the court, Nathan spinning and winning, Nathan like you can say Nate, there's Nathan from Nathan's Hot Dogs spinning and
right. He's from Coney Island.
I can't believe you said. I can't
Right.
believe
All I'm saying is over the years we drafted a lot of dudes that come from schools on the radar. Right. We drafted a dude that played in the French league, je ne sais quoi, some kind of French statement, whatever. Croissant. He wound up being trash with us. We traded for a first-year point guard out of the ACC named Dennis Smith Jr. He wound up being trash with us. We drafted Kevin Knox out of Kentucky. You know what I'm saying? We got guys on the radar, man. Why not give guys off the radar a chance? Some of the guys that come off the radar, Anthony Mason, John Starks, these guys come here and they make a living in New York. They rehab their game and then they become players that we love. That's what we good at, right? The reason why I'm passionate about Nate Knight is because the likelihood of the Knicks taking a top 10 pick and developing them into a megastar versus the Knicks finding somebody off the scrap heap and turning them into a role player is more likely. One is more likely than the other.
That's a damn shame.
But it's our history.
That's a damn shame.
But it's our history.
That's a damn shame. That's like saying you'll never go to the new car lot. You're always going to go to the junkyard. That's a damn shame.
Buy here, pay here. Yeah.
But buy here, pay here. That's a damn shame. At some point in time, you have to rise above going to the check cashing. You have to actually go out and get yourself a checking account. Okay.
Right.
That's a damn shame. And the Knicks need to stop doing that. That's their problem. The feel-good story. You know, I love John Starks. I love Anthony Mason.
Right.
Bonner, all of those guys. Super hard-working, whatever. We've talked about this before. It wasn't the 90s.
Chris Copeland?
Chris
Copeland?
All of them. Chris Copeland from whatever, all of them. It was Ewing dragging. It's not the Jackson 5. It's Mike and the Jacksons. You know, without the star, these guys are nothing. They're okay ball players. I'm tired of bargain basement shopping with this organization.
Right.
Go out and get it. Again, how is it that every organization over the last 40 years can get multiple difference makers and we can't get one?
Right.
We're always bargain basement shopping. Let's go look into the second tin.
Right.
Let's go get the dented. Let's go get the dented can.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, how can you be number one, but yet still you're acting like number 25?
Right. How can a team like Indiana draft Dale Davis, Antonio Davis, Reggie Miller, Chuck Person, all these guys back to back, Rick Smits, all these guys back to back, and the Knicks draft Pat Ewing, and then King Ribby. Remember that point guard that I mentioned to you out of Georgetown?
Yeah.
You know what his name? AD, don't tell him, bro, because I know AD wanted to spoil it. You know what that dude's name was?
Who?
I'll give you a hint. He was out there playing with a glittery glove on one hand, wearing high waters and loafers that he would dance going backwards in.
Nah, I don't know.
He had an album called Thriller.
Michael?
Yep. The Knicks drafted a point guard out of Georgetown named Michael Jackson.
His name was Michael Jackson?
Yes.
Yes.
and not the one with the glove.
Right. And then what they did was in the very next year, right? The very next year, you know what they did? They took that same card and scratched out Eichel and put Arc on it, and drafted a point guard named Mark Jackson. They're like, we gonna keep drafting M Jacksons until we get it right.
That was the Knicks. But my point is before we throw Isaiah Roby and Nathan Knight away, let's give them the opportunity to show what it is that they have, because they don't have to do these things at guard like we expect, because they're not guards, they're fours. All they have to do is come out, rebound, and play defense, rebound, screen, and play defense. That's all they have to do.
Sorry to cut you off, but you think they're gonna get the playing time to do that? I don't think so. With Tibbs, I don't think so.
Right. Right, but you got an 18-man roster. You got 15 roster spots and 3 2-ways.
Right.
Right,
I think
and an 82 game schedule.
Yeah.
I think the backup fours is going to be either Hardenstein or what's his name again?
Roby.
No, hell no. iHeart.
Sims.
No.
Sims. You said iHeart already.
Sims is gonna be the center. So the no, what's his not iHeart, Josh Hart. I think that's gonna be the backup four. In my opinion. Because when you look at it, I think that's gonna be it. And we're gonna play small ball. That's gonna benefit us in a good way, but in a long one it's not. But it's Tibbs, so gotta do what Tibbs gotta do.
Yes, there's a formula for success. Let's play small ball. Let's ask Houston, what did that get them when they traded their starting center to start a 6'5" guy at center.
They got beat like a drum. Against the Lakers. It was kind of like Jerry Mouse versus Tom Cat.
Those kind of lineups are fringe lineups that you throw in. Remember when Golden State used to do the death lineup?
Yep.
That's because they had deaf players.
That's because three dudes could shoot for a stretch, could shoot 75% from three.
You know what I'm saying? They haven't been the same without Livingston. And I know Livingston was a luxury player, but when Livingston was on that back line, and a young Iguodala or a younger Iguodala, please.
Right. It's like saying the Lakers were not the same without Michael Cooper. And you know what? You could be right. The Lakers of the 80s without Michael Cooper were not the same. Right?
True.
The Boston Celtics without Danny Ainge were not the same.
True.
No matter how good Larry Bird is, without Danny Ainge and those gritty Scott Seasting and those gritty guards that would come in there and risk life and limb, without those Ron Burgundy type guards playing with Larry Bird, the team is not the same.
That's true.
Yeah, but him Livingston, to this argument, he's a pivotal piece because why? He handles the rock.
And he's athletic, can defend, can post you up, has a feathery mid-range touch.
And you got him because you know why you're able to get him? Because he broke his leg back-to-back seasons.
Yep.
He was nice with the Clippers, man. With the Clippers and the Nets, he was nice.
Right. And you know what? But you know what else, though? The thing about Sean Livingston, what he provided to AD's point, he could be the primary ball handler and have your defense worry about trying to stop Clay and Steph Curry on the wings. Because if you double team Steph, Clay is open. If you double team Clay, Steph is open. Right? If you double team both, Sean Livingston is going to ISO your 6'2" point guard, bring him in the mid post him up, and shoot over the top of him because he was 6'7".
Good for that.
Like shooting over a chair.
Right.
Because remember, when he gets to Golden State, that's right around the time the Knicks are about to win 54 games.
Yep.
Right? And you needed a point guard. You needed someone like that. By the time you get to Indiana, you're trying to find minutes for Jason Kidd on his last legs. You don't have – that's what I'm talking about in foresight. You know, he was right there for the taking, and the Knicks just somehow, some way didn't see the need for a player like that.
Yeah.
Right. So you're saying we're always behind
Knicks losses.
the trend.
You're always behind the trend. You're not. You're not. That's just what their management has been for the majority of at least my existence.
Never up to date.
Yeah,
They're never ahead of the curve.
That is true. That's true. They've always have missed the swing on draft pace. There's players that we could have gone like either Mikal Bridges, Michael Porter, or SGA in the draft. I mean, overplaying Andre Bayani, which was just moronic to say the least. Insane with Dallenberg. What the heck, man? Really? What are we doing here?
Right.
Silly.
It is.
Or ownership meddling at the wrong time. It's ownership that made them get Bayani.
Yeah. We traded Steve Novakin. Like we traded our sniper for Andrea Bayani. Bayani had talent. He had talent. It's just that he just didn't fit in New York though.
He had no heart.
Yeah.
I remember a game where Bayani kept pump faking and Melo had to come over to him and was like, yo, dude, stop pump faking.
Right.
Just take the mid-range shot or the three ball.
Take the shot.
Right.
He had an abundance of talent.
Mm-hmm.
He had no heart. He didn't want to play basketball. At least not here.
Right.
That is true. His best years with Toronto.
His best years were when Chris Bosh was absolutely going off and Bargnani was the second or third option.
Yep.
When he was the second or third option, but my thing ultimately though, and just to round out the point, I don't think it's fair to criticize the players. I think the organization has to become a championship level organization. It has to be. The organization has to have the mindset that it's championship or bust.
Agreed.
It's got to be every season has to be a Mike Tyson fight.
Yeah.
Right. One of us is getting knocked out early. And unfortunately for Mike in the early years, it was Mike knocking people out early. Right. I think I think we got to take the Aaron Pryor. For those that understand, that know a little bit about boxing, I think it's got to be an Aaron Pryor approach.
Yeah.
Right. You know, it's all or nothing. Boston traded two of their starters and their sixth man in the hopes of getting to the championship.
And they've been to the Eastern Conference Finals
every
year.
And NBA Finals. And
an NBA Finals, and they're still desperate.
Right.
They're still moving with desperation.
Right. But you know what the Knicks did though? They traded Obi Toppin.
For Cheetos. For 2 draft picks.
And they acquired your guy. Nathan.
Yeah.
Right.
We also got Nate Knight from Minnesota. We also got Nate Knight. Really, he's okay. Seriously, I don't mind Dante DiVincenzo. Dante.
No. Dante also, because we didn't need no Dante, to be honest, in my opinion.
Explain it. Explain it.
Because I'm telling you right now, quickly going. I'm letting you like.
Oh yeah, he's gone. Oh yeah.
I'm like, yeah, no, he's gone. It's no way. Like I didn't see. Like it's no way. It's no way. It's no way.
Right.
And quickly here next season. Listen, man. I cash up everybody in this right here on this thing. $100, right? Like for real, because I doubt it. He's not gonna be here.
I will be sending you my Cash App in the private chat.
All right.
And also, AD can check the private chat too. I send my number, AD, by the way.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Dante's not what they needed, but he's not bad to have. What they needed is in Phoenix.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they needed.
Who's in Phoenix?
Grayson Allen,
Bradley Beal. That's who they needed.
Yeah.
And I think the Suns got better this offseason. Getting Nurk, who is not as a cancer compared to Ayton, getting Grayson Allen who can shoot and defend. I think the Suns got better this offseason. Getting Eubanks, getting Watanabe, who's a sharpshooter. The Suns got better. I'm not saying they're winning the West. I'm saying that the Suns got better all season West because now you got shooting off the bench and you have some depth now. And Nurk can shoot himself and play make.
Yeah, but they still got to determine who's going to be doing the bulk of the playmaking.
Right.
It would have to be D-Book. It had to be D-Book.
They said Bradley Beal.
But is that what, not that one has to be more than the other necessarily. So let me backtrack that. But they have to have some point in time in the half court. How does this playmaking going to work?
Yeah. That's a good point. Your best playmaker you really got if your Phoenix is really D-Book. KD could play making Beal sometimes, but in my opinion, D-Book is your best playmaker you got.
I think Bradley Beal, in my opinion.
You can make a
because
case.
he was the point guard when John Wall went down.
True.
Right.
For that
But
whole
that team was trash though.
Yeah,
that was a lottery team when he was a
I know,
totally. But
you're talking about in terms of experience, right?
Exactly.
Yeah,
right.
But even with the experience, remember KD in Brooklyn when Kyrie before he totally went off the banner, off the wagon. They were of the mindset that you didn't need traditional this or that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Remember? And even outside of their, when the three of them played in that small sample size or whatever, they were having trouble getting their shots off. Remember, they lost to what's the name in the first round.
Right.
Boston. They lost to Boston.
Lost to Boston in the first round horribly at that.
Sweep. They got swept, and every game was close. Every game was close. They lost by 1 in game 1. They were up by 5 late in the fourth quarter. The Nets. Game 2, they're up 17, choked, and lost by a touchdown. Game 3, they lost by 6. And game 4, they lost by 4. In a game they never led.
Okay.
Nets are just playing too much iso ball. No give and goes, no screen roll, just iso ball, your turn, my turn basketball.
Because they were of the belief that coaching didn't matter.
Yeah.
Yep.
But did they have Steve Nash at the time?
Yeah, Nash was there. Yeah.
That's before Nash threw his hands up and was like, I'm out. I'm a two-time MVP. I don't need this. This is too much.
And technically they canned him. I know what you mean, and you're right. Technically they canned him.
Well, they can't the previous coach coming in.
Oh, are you talking about Kenny Atkinson or Jock Vaughn?
Atkinson. Remember?
Yeah.
Kenny Atkinson, yeah.
KD never played a game for Kenny Atkinson and got him fired.
Right. Which is sad. And Atkinson's a good coach.
I mean, not a game. He just was coming to the game, sitting on the bench, and was like,
Right.
It's so unfair that we criticize and ripped apart Atkinson when he got the Nets back on the map in 2019 with D'Lo, Dudley, LeVert, Allen. Napier. That Nets team was fun in 2019.
That's what the coaching could do.
Mm-hmm.
Don't get me wrong. If KD wants him fired, you gotta go.
That's sad though.
You gotta go. No, that's just the reality.
I know, but it's like, wow.
That's the name of the game, bro.
Yeah. Yo. But you don't bring in somebody that wants to be friends with you. You know what I'm saying? The coach has to have some form of respect. If the coach is not able to coach, see, that's why Spoelstra today is like the best coach in the game.
Yeah.
Right.
Because we saw how he lived through the LeBron and he was able to get his respect.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? Tyronn Lue, the same thing. If the coach at some point in time does not get his respect and is like, no, this is what we're gonna do, you're done.
Right.
Mike Malone got respect too from the Nuggets too. Mike Malone too. The Nuggets could let him go, and he got the respect of the players. And now he's a champ. Yep.
Okay.
That's true, Edie.
I'm gonna say to that too, man. Just really quickly, coaching matters, but at the same time, coaching matters when everything is even.
True.
When everything is even, coaching matters. But when you have the advantage, and when you have a LeBron, man, AD, you remember when Casey Jones resigned from the Celtics? Casey Jones got mad because Larry Bird wouldn't listen to him in the huddle. Hey, I get Casey Jones got mad and resigned, bro. He resigned.
I think it still matters. I think it still matters depending on your superstar. Because some superstars can be fragile in the moment. You understand? It can never be a situation. Like I remember going into that Houston series, Pat Riley's opening press conference when he goes, I've taken the team as far as I can. It's for them to go this mission by themselves. And I remember I was mortified when he said that. I remember that clear as day. Like, what do you mean you've taken them as far as you can go? Like, you can't take your eyes off the mission here. Like, I never truly understood what he meant by that. Like, of course, you're not playing in the game. We understand that.
Right.
Fact.
You understand what I'm saying? It's like, no, coaching, it matters. To the final bullet, it matters.
You need exactly coaching matters. You need a coach that's going to hold you accountable, give you the right feedback, not be overly critical. And also you need a coach that's willing to make adjustments though, and also coaching staff. Don't forget coaching staff too. Assistant coach has to be
and coaching staff. Look at what happened to the Clippers. Against Denver.
Up 3-1 and choked.
Up 3-1 with a healthy Kawhi and a healthy Paul George.
And yet Lou Will, Montrezl Harrell.
And a champion and a so-called champion coach in Doc Rivers. Remember that?
Yeah, you lost to a hobbled Michael Porter, came up with back issues. Jamal Murray. Murray was a monster. This is pre-20 ACL Murray. And you lost to Jokic, was good, but wasn't the player that he is now. Yeah.
Right.
Coaching matters. He couldn't stem the tide. It was the one time you've ever seen Kawhi frustrated, if not flustered.
Okay.
Right? True. But was it surprising? No, because what does Doc Rivers do in Game 7s?
Collapse in Game 7s. Collapse.
Right.
He hasn't won a Game 7 since 2015 against the Spurs. That's the last Game 7 he ever won.
If I'm hiring that man, it's known at the door. I'm only hiring you till we get good. I'm hiring you to fire you. I'm never going to put you in a situation where you're going to have to be the shot caller in Game 7.
That's true.
I'm letting you know that at the door.
Okay. The Clippers to me are one of the most. The Clippers to me, man, they're one of the most failed franchises in not only NBA and sports. You got all this talent: Elton Brand, Chris Kaman, Corey Maggette, Chris Paul, Blake Griffin, DeAndre Jordan, Jamal Crawford, JJ Redick, Matt Barnes, Kawhi Leonard, Paul George, Russell Westbrook, and just failed to break through the door. Just never got that goal ball.
I love it when the young guys get their bag. AD, you heard how G Money named all those current Clippers players like 10 years, 15 years ago.
Oh, Sam Cassell too. Yeah.
I thought you was gonna say Bill Walton and Michael Cage and Bob McAdoo. Yeah, I got you, man. I love it.
Them too. Yeah. Them too. The Clippers to me are one of the most failed franchises in sports. Come on, one conference final, one. No NBA finals appearance.
Well, I would have moved out of California first and foremost.
Really?
I would have never stayed there.
Well, I mean, they from San Diego, bro.
Hey, exactly.
Or I think they from
exactly. Have you ever been to San Diego? San Diego does not feel like California.
Well, they say California knows how to party.
Yeah,
San Diego, 15 minutes from Mexico.
Yeah,
yeah. At least they're going to Inglewood after this season. At least
my point is that's Laker country. The entire country is Laker country.
Does the same thing apply for? Oh, just real quick, because I got like 10 minutes left before I gotta get out of here and do some other stuff, man. But my cousin hit me up and said, argue me down that the NBA needs 2 more teams, and the 2 more teams that he said have to be in existence: Kansas City and Seattle.
Gosh, no.
Seattle.
How do y'all feel about NBA expansion?
Gosh, no.
Seattle, yes. Seattle, I can understand. Kansas City, no.
Gosh, no. If they had any sense, they would contract 5 teams.
Really?
Or 6 teams to make it even, or 4. If they had any damn sense, you'd have better games.
I think you would have more people. I think when you do that, you open yourself up for other leagues being created.
Good luck with that.
Right. No, I know.
Good luck with that.
But think about this. When the NBA only had 24 teams, right? There were like 5 leagues existing at the same time.
Yep.
Right. But then when the league went to 30, you don't hear no other league in existence. Right. And so what I would say, because AD, you might be right. Right. I'm just adding something to the conversation. You may be right. But what I told him is that if you think about expansion, you absolutely have to put a second team in Chicago, for one. And you absolutely have to put a team in Las Vegas. Right? Because it's not fair that the top 2 markets in the NBA or in the country have 2 teams, and then the third biggest market has 1 team.
Good point. True.
You know what I'm saying?
True.
I'm saying that.
And so Chicago flies under the radar a lot, but Chicago is a huge market, right? I don't think Seattle deserves a team, nor do they need one, because they still, to this day, have not built an arena big enough for an NBA franchise.
True.
And they lost their team going on 20 years ago now? It's almost 20 years. And they still hadn't put infrastructure in place. I think if you Las Vegas has shown you that if you show interest, they'll build you something.
Yep.
Right. If you show interest in Las Vegas, they'll build you something. Right. Yep. My thing is there are small markets out there that also show that they may not sell out all the time, but when you win, they're passionate. Kansas City. Right? Kansas City football, Kansas City baseball. I'm sure the Kansas City. I know the Kings not moving back to Kansas City, but y'all understand the point.
I was just about to say they already lost the team there already.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
I think they failed there twice. They failed there in the ABA and they failed there in the NBA.
But the infrastructure is different though, AD. You have to look at the infrastructure of the city. They have a place now where they can build a stadium and it'll be a metroplex, kind of like what Steve Cohen wants to do with the Mets. Like it'll be like a little city almost. But Chiefs football, Royals baseball, and all of that stuff. I think you may be able to pull it off.
I don't think so. Especially, if I'm going, I'm gonna go in Chicago and Vegas, like you said.
Right.
I'm gonna look at cities that definitely where the economy is able to sustain something else.
Right.
I'm not too sure about Kansas City, Missouri.
Right.
I'm not too sure about Missouri itself, that region down there itself. You know, for other financial reasons and so forth.
So St. Louis is out.
St. Louis is out. When I talked about contracting, I'm thinking contracting as far as better play, having better talent on the teams that would definitely invoke better play. One of the reasons why the NBA game, besides them deciding to open up the game and everybody can shoot threes and the next Steph Curry's and blah 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 whatever, is they lost rivalries. There is no rivalry games, just like on a regular night, let alone the playoffs.
That is true. They're trying to make Knicks and Nets a rivalry. They're trying to make Knicks they're trying to make Lakers Clippers a rivalry. Like, come on, NBA. They're not rival teams. You know?
No, they're rival. They're rival cities. Amongst themselves. For different reasons, but they're not performance rivalries. Hell no.
We had great rivalries back then. Lakers, Kings, Spurs, Lakers, Spurs, Suns, Knicks, Heat, Knicks, Celtics. I mean, Bulls, Knicks. You had awesome, juicy rivalries back then.
Yeah, and if you really wanted to be fair, if you really wanted to think about expansion or whatever, why wouldn't you go across seas?
I would say this, AD. I'm gonna take it like one point at a time. I just want to address the rivalry part. I think the NBA has neutered rivalries, right? I think that they legit took the Clippers, not the LA Clippers, but I'm talking about the Tremors. They took the surgical things to rivalries, right? Because think about the Lakers Sacramento rivalry. Remember that?
Oh yeah, it was awesome.
How people would take a week off from work to go see the Clippers and the Lakers, right?
Oh, you meant the Kings and Lakers?
I mean the Kings. I'm sorry, the Kings and the Lakers, right?
Right.
People would take off. Thank you for that, G-Man. People would take off time from work to do that, right? To be in those. But what happened is when the Kings play the Lakers, the referees involved. It's lopsided. It's going one way. So now, if that's the case, if Donaghy's is out here, you like, if the NBA want the Lakers to win, how is there going to be a rivalry? The same thing with the Knicks and the Chicago Bulls. That was a rivalry built in heaven.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Oh yeah.
A rivalry built in heaven. The reason why is because the Bulls had off the radar rivalries themselves, right? The Bulls had rivalries with teams like Cleveland and Detroit, right? And the Knicks had rivalries with teams like Boston and Indiana, only to get to Chicago. They had to fight their way into a fight with Chicago. And the Bulls had to do the same thing, had to fight their way into a fight with the Knicks, right? But then when you got the Knicks and Bulls together, you got Peter Vesey leaking stories, Michael Jordan's at the casino, Anthony Mason beat up a dude at the park. You got all these things leading into a rivalry. And then once the NBA neutered these rivalries, they were like, nah, we're not going to do that anymore. What we'll do is do player rivalries. Giannis versus Jimmy Butler. Jason Tatum versus Joel Embiid.
Jokic versus Embiid.
Yeah, these player rivalries. And then when we look at it, we like, that's not even believable because every time we see the players, they are hugging and dapping each other up and shooting commercials together.
Yeah.
Exchanging jerseys.
Yeah.
So they sold us these players are so intense and blah, blah, blah. and then you see them on Instagram on a banana boat together.
Mm-hmm.
Facts.
Remember the NBA on NBC? We all remember the NBA on NBC. They made rivalries juicy. The NBA on NBC, they made rivalries juicy. Their backstories were just on point. You don't have that anymore.
Anybody remember the one of the original first fake rivalries? Paul Pierce versus LeBron. Anybody remember that?
Yeah.
When LeBron,
I think that's a real rivalry though. I think that's real. To this day, if you got Paul Pierce off camera, he thinks he's better than LeBron.
Yeah, that is a real rivalry.
It is what it is. He mentioned that. Like, yeah.
But my thing is if somebody asked you, is Boston versus Cleveland a rivalry? You'd be like, no, who cares about Cleveland? Nobody care about no Cleveland. Even when LeBron was in, nobody care about Cleveland and they 52,000 uniforms. You know what I'm saying? One day y'all wearing wine and cheese, and the next day y'all look like the Mets. No, who cares? Who cares, bro?
Yeah, Boston, Cleveland. Yeah, that was not a rivalry at all. Technically, the last rivalry we had, if you want to call this one, Cleveland and Golden State, and it kind of got boring around like 2018.
You know who's on the cusp, G-Money, on the cusp of being a real rivalry?
Who?
New York and Atlanta.
New York and Atlanta.
Right. In my opinion, we played Cleveland. We beat Cleveland. We played Miami. They were old school rival. They're not a new rival. They were old school rival because there were connections. But now, New York fan, bro, I was in Orlando, Florida. No lie. You can ask, I think it's called Mega. Ask called Mega. We were up by 6 with like 50 seconds to go against Orlando in Orlando. Guess what the chant was? Knicks fans were chanting F. Trae Young.
Oh, yeah.
In Orlando, Florida.
F. Trae Young. F. Trae Young. I mean, I like Trae, but at the same, I know what you're saying, though. Majority of Knicks fans can't stand Trae's guts. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Because it's that bow.
Yeah.
They shower. F. Trae Young. They eat. F. Trae Young. They see a Hawks fan with. They see a Hawks fan. F. Trae Young.
Right. Yeah, we were in we were coming down the you know how the escalator, a bottleneck, like you have the stairs that wrap around so you can come down to the first floor, and then you have the wide escalators, like you have 3 wide escalators and people bottleneck at the thing. The people on the stairs were chanting F. Trae Young at the people on the escalator, but come to find out, those of us that were on the escalator trying to go down were Knicks fans too. So they were like F, and we're like Trae Young. It was.
I think Knicks Milwaukee could be a rivalry.
But it's possible. New York and Milwaukee, possible. What about? I think Golden State Sacramento's a future rivalry.
I think
I was thinking that too. Golden State.
But how old is Golden State though? Is Golden State going to be around long enough for that to blossom?
I think they'll meet each other in the playoffs. I think they have a really good shot to meet each other this year in the playoffs or next year around that.
Golden State is Sacramento is for real.
Oh yeah, man.
Sacramento is absolutely for real.
Another rivalry that may happen, and people are sleeping on this: LA Lakers Memphis rivalry. Imagine that.
I think the Lakers rivalry is Denver.
You think so?
I think it's Denver.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think it's Denver because the march for the Lakers is through Denver. And look at Denver. Denver, Joker, Lakers, AD.
Yeah.
Joker's gotten the best of AD over the last couple of years. Prior to that, AD used to kill him. You know what I'm saying? It's like they feel organic. You know, LeBron, going for possibly the last championship or his last real good season.
True.
They feel like a rivalry to me.
Right, and Denver being a potential dynasty, Michael Porter, Jamal Murray, Nikola Jokic, Gordon KCP, best starting 5 in the NBA. Christian Braun coming into his own. Yeah. The more I thought about
even Phoenix, Denver. feels like something to me too.
Okay.
Or Phoenix Golden, or another rivalry potentially. And don't sleep on this. Let me think. Don't sleep on this though. Boston, Atlanta.
You think Atlanta? I don't know. Atlanta's always been fringe to me.
Mm-hmm.
You know, their whole existence, for me remembering Atlanta's kind of like, even remember they had that good little run with Joe Johnson and them, whatever.
I remember that, yeah.
It feels like every 7 years they'll do something like that. And then they'll go away again for another 10.
Right.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Like 2015, they had what? DeMarre Carroll, Jeff Teague, Al Horford, Paul Millsap, Thabo Sefolosha, Mike Scott.
Yeah. They'll win a round. They'll win 2 rounds. They'll get to the conference finals, and all of a sudden, it's like the Cinderella story. The glass slipper comes on, and it's done for them, and they go back into, purgatory for another 10 years. That's always been Atlanta's existence outside of when they had Neek.
Mm-hmm. Right. They never broke through. What about Phoenix and the LA Clippers? You think that's a potential rivalry? Phoenix and the LA Clippers, if both teams are healthy?
Oh my God!
I was thinking Dallas and the Clippers, but okay.
Can you really put any faith into the Clippers and healthy in the same sentence?
I gotta assume health, because I don't want to assume injury, because that can happen to any team though, because we don't know what's gonna happen for any team. Any team could get hurt next year.
They've always been injured.
No, I know that. I'm saying that I gotta assume
all the way back to Bill Walton, bro. They stay hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just for some reason
if Steve Ballmer was being honest right now, he wants to get from under both of those contracts.
If he could get a young star as opposed to those two, he'd do it right now.
Right, and they're also old. Yeah, Kawhi is also old. Yeah. Dallas and the LA Clippers might be a potential rivalry if the Mavs can just get a big, because they're smaller than mice. If the Mavs can just get a big man and some shooters, and Luka and Kyrie can learn how to play together.
Right. Well,
that's 3.
All right, everybody. I gotta get out of here, man, so I can get some work done, so I can get on this.
Good run, y'all.
Thank y'all for coming through and rock with us, man. Thank you.
All right, I got you.
All right, y'all.
All right, peace.